Greetings, brothers and sisters. So this video was originally going to be called "It's All About Erica," which is, I get it to Candace Owens talking about how, she has no reason to go after Erica, and all these other things that were about that. But she's the star of this show, this Charlie Kirk thing, and they've made her into this. Right here, she is getting this exclusive 1 hour Fox News interview where they're pimping it on every one of their other shows. She's going to get a Medal of Freedom, a Fox Reward, a reward from Fox News, right? Like all this stuff. And they're trying to make her into a star, which it clearly isn't. I had copied this on my computer, and that's the majority of things you're going to see here because I have it all timed out. But they have put the videos up here on YouTube, and they're not. The comments are not supportive of her, even on Fox News. And I'm not going to read any of them. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. But a lot of the comments are just like, they're not buying this shit, right? These are Turning Point people, Fox News people. They're not buying it. And why would they? Why would they buy this thing? So I was going to call this thing "It's All About Erica," but then she said this thing here, and I'm going to cover it. I'm not going to dissect it here. I do that later in the video, but this is wonderful.
Slightly open.
She went to the hospital to see him immediately, and they didn't want to let her see him, but she pushed past him because she wasn't taking any of that bullshit.
It was so powerful, Jesse.
So powerful, Jesse.
He had this smirk on his face.
He had a smirk on his face. Holy shit.
It was so sweet. He had this smirk on his face where it meant three things to me. First, that he died doing what he loved.
This is a very communicative smirk.
Second was that he was at peace.
Because a smirk, that usually, when you're at peace, you always have a smirk on your face.
And I gave him a kiss.
You don't get smirks. I mean, he was killed immediately. She even talks about that. He died instantaneously, and that she's interpreting that this is his last moments that he had. That this smirk was because of this.
Gave him a kiss. And then before I left the room, which was one of the hardest moments of my life, was leaving him in that room.
Leaving his dead body.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, Jesse. It's too much for me, Jesse.
I looked at him and I thought to myself, that smirk to me is that look of, you thought you could stop what I've built. You thought that you could.
Who's you?
And this vision, this movement, this revival, you thought you could do that by murdering me. You got my body. You didn't get my soul.
Okay, so that's fucked. Then they go to a commercial break. It's just so fake. You don't get a smirk. There's no smirks. You guys, if you've ever seen a dead body, there's no fucking smirks. There was no expression. You go into a state of shock when you get shot, right? You're bleeding out. Like there's no, you didn't like have this smirk, like this moment where you're like all those thoughts pass through his mind. Like they just make fucking shit up, right? Like they make this grandiose fucking story, like she's embellishing on his death. Like she said it, she goes and says he dies instantaneously. But anyways, I cover this later on in the video. It's just so fucked up. Like these fucking stories and these, she goes from saying that she's forgiven the Tyler Robinson guy, but she's 100% convinced it's the official story. I mean, she's basically saying that later on. And then she's like, well, they killed him. It's assassination. It's just, you can't have it both ways. But the title of this video is now, Charlie Kirk died with a smirk, and Erica thinks that we're all a bunch of jerks. Because nobody's with half a fucking brain believes any of this shit. Anyway, so it's all here coming, so let's get into it. Oh yeah, and one more thing. Fox News is usually pretty good about not copyrighting things, but they might copyright this. So if so, I'll put a comment at the top of the video saying this video has been demonetized by copyright. And it'll have to be a donation-based video. Anyways, let's get into it here. Okay, greetings, brothers and sisters. Wednesday, November 5th. This video will be up on Thursday morning. The meme game's coming out strong here with the stuff with Erica Kirk. I got an even better meme. I'm not sure where I even got these memes. I think somebody sent me the other one that I'm about to show you. The other one's like just classic. But this one just happened to be first when I opened up the computer today. But this is a great meme too. Like she's standing on Charlie's grave. I mean, this coffin. And, the thing about it is, and I just want to say a few more words about leather pants. Now, I'm the least fashion person. Like, I don't care. I'm not big on what you wear, whatever it is, right? And your choices. Like, people have a way of expressing themselves. And this through people, this is a thing people have. And so I recognize it's a big deal. And women, it's, there's a lot of stuff that goes into it. But leather pants, there's things that you have to get an excuse to wear. I mean, I've never owned leather pants myself, personally. But I know that they're hot as F. Or any of that pleather, or any of that kind of stuff. Stuff that doesn't breathe. It's like neoprene or that other, sometimes I've got these knee braces. Years ago, I had one when I played basketball. My knee was sore. And I put on this neoprene, with this stuff they put on scuba wear. And, your knee would get hot and sweat. They have these like neoprene or these, tight fitting. You see football players and basketball players, they have these. You'll see it more with basketball players because they don't have their uniform on, but they wear them on the, neoprene and these things, sleeves that are tight, right? And that's what leather's even worse. Leather doesn't breathe. And it's, it's uncomfortable. Especially anything that's tight and, something like that. And so, and it has so many negative connotations. One of my viewers sent me a video of Catwoman, wearing the leather and just all the stuff to do with like S&M kind of stuff and all the things, leather, rock and roll, these dudes wearing leather pants, and that's like a thing people do, like go to concerts and wear like leather, like, it's a whole, like whatever it is, like things like that, right? Grease, like when she became a slut in Grease, she wore leather pants. It's it has this meaning. I worked in a restaurant in Atlanta. I waited tables for a number of years. And there's a woman, she just worked lunches because she was a mom. She was an Asian woman with a southern accent. And she seemed like she was, 50, 40, like she was just old. I was in my 20s. She wore like support hose and just really old, like somebody who, just seemed so much older than the rest of us working there. And she had worked there forever. I think I was working at a place called Steak and Ale. It's kind of, that kind of speaks for itself, the name. And she came in one night. I don't know if she went out with her. I don't know who she was with or whatever, but she came into the restaurant. She was dressed like a slut, like just, I don't think she was wearing leather, but she was wearing all kinds of like, things you'd see some slutty 90s girl wear. Like, and she was going, or even, young, probably from her generation. And she must have been in her 30s. She had 4 kids, something like that. And she was going to a Monkees concert. And this is the only reason I remember this person. Like, this would be a person I would just have forgotten about. But there was a band called the Monkees that was a knockoff of the Beatles, and they had their own TV show. Like, they had their TV show before they even, it was like probably the first boy band. Because they didn't come together like the Beatles did in, Liverpool, a bunch of kids. And, that's at least their story. Kids guys from the same area. The Monkees were, they created this TV show called The Monkees. It was on Saturday morning. And they, made like pretty shitty boy band type music, even as a kid. Like, I can't remember it. Hey, hey, we're the monkeys. I think was a. Is that the? Some of you guys might remember that, but well, I'll check that out in a second. But they were not like anything special. They were just a knockoff band. And she was going to their concert. She loved them. She like had memorabilia. All of a sudden, like I knew nothing about this person, and she was dressed up in like this weird, someone who was very conservative, very, like not, just an old lady, right? She comes in, and this is the kind of thing where people need excuses. Like, you see what people want to wear, like, the people who are really into Halloween and dressing up in costumes. It's like a whole fucking thing. And so the other piece to this is, like I said before, there's all this reaction to it, which of course there would be. Conservative Christian women and people are some of the worst gossipers of this kind of thing, and and there's a lot of slut shaming going on with them, and so her coming in wearing leather pants, and then basically groping JD Vance and all the rest of it. It's bad, right? It's fucking bad. It's just it's done intentionally. These are people who they have focus groups, and they she has in charge of a business with 450 employees in these chapters all over the country that they're scrambling to save. And she's the only she's like the star of the show. But the grieving widow stuff. I'm going to cover her. The reason I'm putting this video out tomorrow is they're gonna have that whole interview with Jesse Waters, and Candace Owens had this kind of bogus reaction to why she isn't slamming Erica Kirk, and people want it, right? Because so I'll get into that's kind of great too. And I got a couple more memes and some other stuff here. But everything she's doing is stuff that they know drives attention. And whatever reason, I don't understand what the reason is. Because she's destroying her brand as a Christian woman, and she's just not likable. And this grieving thing, how long? It's almost 2 months now, right? So it's the 5th of November. What was it, the 10th of September? So it's like in 5 days, it'll be 2 months. Like, at what point do you stop fucking crying? She goes on Jesse Waters. She's not crying unless she's on camera. And then why dress like this and all the rest? These are choices, right? They make choices like this. And I said this in another video. Like, you're going on in front of basically a national audience now every time you're out there, in terms of the stuff being shared on YouTube. And so every time you do something, you're going to pick your outfit carefully. And there's a strategy here. And the strategy seems to be get them talking about her other than the stuff to do with, and him as well. He wants to be president. He's got a team of people. They make sure all these things are done in a way that are, that'll help with that, right? And so that's meme number one. So this was the monkeys. This was their, like, how they come out here. This was their, like, the beginning to their show. And here it is. Hey, we're the monkeys. And people say we're monkeying around. People say we're just monkeying around. So this was them. Kind of funny. They were monkeying around all the time. They did a lot of fast forward. They did a lot of, things where they would fast forward and run really fast or do fun, fast stuff. And, they were, boom, they were the monkeys. They had the Beatles haircuts and everything. So they were like the first boy band. You have the monkeys to thank for NSYNC and all these other fucking, Backstreet Boys, right? So this, fuck, marry, kill. Now, I really don't like those games that people play. They're stupid games. But this just fucking works. Somebody sent this to me from Instagram. It is just great. Like, it just works. There's not really much I could say to it, to add to it. It's just a brilliant meme. And so then you have these dopes. I saw this on Facebook. There's all these people that they're posting this, sponsored, right? On the left, you see Erica hugging her friend J.D. Vance. On the right, she's hugging her friend and JD's wife, Usha. Are you deranged people suggesting she's being inappropriate with Usha too? It's literally the same exact hug. There's absolutely nothing wrong here. So first of all, if you looked at this, it just looks bad, especially with her fucking her talon here at the end, this weird long finger in her nail and all this stuff. But it looks like a married couple. It looks like somebody's two are intimate. I mean, that's what it looks like, right? There's just, the hand on the back of the head is a big part, and the leather pants and the whole thing. But, the first comment here is AI is cool. This might be a thing that she did. I don't know. I could go fact check it to see if it's, if this would be from the day her husband died. But putting your hand on the back of people's heads when you hug them is weird. Like, she might be into Usha, like she talked about her. Like, who knows? Like, there'd be these are weird fucking people. The people that are in this club, right? And she's in it. And she's in it to win it. So, it's not the same thing. And if it is the same thing, either way, it's just weird. It's a weird thing she does, right? And to call us deranged, are you deranged people suggesting that it's being inappropriate with Usha? Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Like, you don't think that if she's banging JD Vance or an any number of anybody this close after her husband dies, and she's still up there faking and crying and faking and doing all that shit, and all these weird people and TPUS gay with all these guys who are the guy who's running it, the guy's in charge of it now, who's directly under her is a gay dude, and they're supposed to be right-wing Christian guys, which I covered in another video. And so it's, I mean, to call us fucking deranged, like we're deranged people for not, like, seeing something's weird and if saying it's weird, you're deranged, right? Like, this is the kind of shit that just doesn't work. We're going to get into it with TPUSA. They have a guy in there who's an Israeli shill. I covered him a little bit. I don't really know who he is, a little bit that I know of him, and I'll show you that. And they brought him on to tell all their fans to shut up and stop being so conspiratorial. Like, just stupid shit they're doing, right? Like, they're just, they're destroying their if they're wanting to destroy this thing, then they're doing a good job. Like, it makes no sense what they're doing. No logical sense. Because, the only reason that the TPUSA, TPUS gay, and Erica Kirk are relevant is because they can influence people. And like Charlie Kirk did. And you don't pass on influence, right? The same trust that they had with Charlie Kirk and the same whatever they had with him, they don't have with these other people. Not that they should. Charlie Kirk was a piece of shit, right? But, there's people who think he's great. And those people who think he's great don't think the new guys on the show are great or Erica Kirk is great. I mean, some of them do. But it doesn't really transfer. And she hasn't been able, there's sometimes a person can come in, like a spouse, and just pick up where their spouse left off and just do a good job in similar circumstances, but it's a rare thing. Like, you think about, like, if you're a married person, like, all the things that your spouse does that you don't know how to do, right? Like, that you don't have like, I have all these recipes and things that I have. I wanted to teach my kids, but that didn't work out. And so they're just going to, things that I've kind of created, out of my own, knowledge of cooking and just, I have a way of doing it, things I have just memorized. And, no one would know how to do those things. There's things I know how to fix, there's things I'm in charge of, there's things my wife does that I'm totally clueless on how to do them. Like, I'd be starting from scratch, like, just, knowledge that these things are being done. Sometimes there's not even knowledge that they're done. And so, you have that in families where people are everyone has their specific jobs and roles and companies, and, some person dies in a company and no one knows how no one knew what the person was doing. It turns out to be kind of critical to the company, and nobody can figure out, how to do it. And so, it isn't like she's gifted the way Charlie was gifted. What she is very flirtatious, and she's, going back to that. I'll maybe look for that video today. I'm not sure if I will, but the video I had where the thing I showed you where she was on that reality TV show and she was dating that gay dude, Seems like that's a common theme for her. Anyways, let's move on to the Candace thing here.
Okay, so I want to address this. So many people have been writing into us, sending us emails, people that are paying in super chats asking me to address Erica Kirk. And I guess my question back would be what is there for me to address?
Well, first of all, she immediately started using her grief as a content, to drive content on social media. She did weird stuff in the casket and filmed it. She did weird stuff with Usha Vance, picking up the casket, and JD Vance too, but mostly Usha. Weird fake acting. She came out and gave a speech the next day where she was acting and fake, and like no one thought she was sincere. Everyone was comparing your reaction, Candice, as that guy called her, Candice, your reaction to her reaction. They were saying yours was sincere and that you were really sad and you were really grieving your friend, whatever, and her thing was performative. And so those were just the first 2 days. Then forgiving the alleged killer, that's just a complete, that other speech, that whole gaudy funeral thing, not having a real funeral for him, not inviting you and other people that were relevant, not having you be part of it. That fucking memorial thing. We still don't even know where he's buried. Like, I'm not sure they even, that, like, this is part of the thing. I mean, it's not that hard to stick an empty casket into a grave somewhere. The whole thing, that was his funeral. That thing with sparklers and all that weird shit. And her fake crying and doing that weird stuff and throwing up the devil's horns and all that shit she did. Like, so, then all the things that TPSU is doing that she's in charge of now. And then, the big thing is, well, let's go more into it. And now all the weird shit with JD Vance and leather pants. I mean, JD Vance and leather pants. That was just, obviously not thought out. JD Vance and leather pants is like some kind of rhyme that kids would say to each other. You get JD Vance and leather pants.
She hasn't sat down for a long interview. All we have seen from Erica has been the speech at the memorial event for Charlie Kirk. I see the innuendo that is online. I am interested in investigating who killed Charlie Kirk. And the people that I have been reserving my ire for, my smoke for, my investigation for are the people that are blatantly lying. Okay, people that are just lying about Charlie Kirk. That was my reason for going after Alex Clark. She lied about the Catholic thing. That was my reason for going after Andrew Colvett, Mikey McCoy. Anybody that's told a lie, Rob McCoy, blood all over him, you got my attention.
Okay, but you also have been talking about how they're not grieving properly. That they're not, for one, they don't want to find out who really killed him. And it's so obvious that the other guy, the Patsy, and her forgiving the Patsy, when, that guy has a right to a free trial, a fair trial, and Trump saying that he wants the death penalty and that at Charlie Kirk's funeral. And then him saying, she forgave him. But when Trump said it, when he gave the Medal of Freedom to him, that he would, all that stuff, the things that Trump said, Charlie was much nicer than I was. And, all this stuff that he doesn't like how Trump is vindictive and all that stuff. And so, and I don't care if she covers it or not, right? Like, it's hard to go after a grieving widow, but now she's seeing that her fans, like, she didn't want to go after the grieving widow. It's a little bit different when, she's, whatever her thing is, like, whatever her level is. It's a conscious decision on Candace's part not to go after Erica. Like, she has to know Erica's fake. She's very cynical, and she's very observant of these things. Like, everything that we know about Erica, she knows. And she's choosing not to say anything. But, Erica's not saying, yeah, my husband was murdered by fucking Israel or something else, whatever. But I'm not buying this Patsy. That would be fucked. I'm not buying this official story. And so I guess she has some shit about Casper Patel. I don't know if I'm going to, just whatever it is. But, like, she's made a conscious choice here. But now she sees her fans. The people aren't loving Erica, right? This is,
What lie has Erica told that I'm supposed to be focused on? Okay. Like, has she said something about, did she come out and say, Charlie never had an issue with Israel in the end? He loved Israel to his dying breath.
no, but the company she's in charge of, she's CEO. You think she hasn't signed off on that shit? You think she's just a puppet CEO that she has nothing to do with it? She's like, then you'd have to say that because they're saying it. The TPUSK is saying that, right?
She hasn't done that. She simply hasn't done that. What we have around the corner is a big interview that's going to be dropping this week. Erica Kirk sat down with Jesse Waters, and I can tell you, Charlie loved Jesse Waters. Jesse Waters gave us the most playtime on Fox News back in the beginning. That was the big show that we got to book. And so it's a good fit. It's a fitting program for her to go on to. If she was sitting down with like Bibi Netanyahu's entourage, I might have something to say. But everything that she has done she's been having conversations with people who were actually friends with Charlie. Erica is also, I think, slated to join Megyn Kelly on tour. Don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure I saw that being teased. Charlie opened up to Megyn in the end. Megyn stood 10 toes down on telling the truth.
She's trying to talk her way out of the obvious. Like, it's just obvious that Erica Kirk is presiding over the company, that she's going after everybody at the company. And Erica Kirk, it's hard to believe that marriage was a real marriage. It seems like Charlie Kirk was gay, and those kids are fake. Like, that's what it looks like right now. Like, I'm not saying I have proof of that, but I think most of you guys would think that's, you agree with me or think it's a reasonable assessment, right? And so the whole thing looks fake as fuck. So, and Erica Kirk's acting is really bad. And so her acting and, being a poser and inserting yourself into something and trying to keep your hands clean while you have other people try to shut down, and that she's accepting the patsy. Like she said, I forgive that young man, I forgive that young man. I forgive you, young man. That's bullshit that she did. It was fucking weird. And the kid hasn't even been tried, and you're saying that the evidence is collapsing. That the bullet, that it was used was not from his gun. That it was a much lower caliber that could have gotten stuck in Charlie's neck. And, and people say Charlie's still alive. Like, there's that element, which Candace won't even. But she even addressed that being reasonable assessment. But, she doesn't want to take on Erica Kirk for whatever reason, but at some point she has to. Like, there's an opposition here. Like, Candace is aggressively going after this thing. If that's, a role she's playing, that's the, ultimate collision course. And they're kind of like polar opposites, right?
Which is why I deeply respected her for doing this, about the pressure that Charlie was under. And it was not easy for Megyn to do that, okay? She is still catching heat for the fact that she did that. So I feel like Erica is kind of sending a message here that she's not standing against the people that are telling the truth. I said early on, if Erica Kirk asks me to be quiet, I will be quiet. She didn't ask me to be quiet. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do. A show on whether I like her hair, her outfits, that doesn't feel right. And also keep in mind...
You also said that she was really moving when she was crying, and everyone knows that was fake, right? We want to see Erica. Like I said this before. Like, she needs to at some point address the CEO, which she has no problem doing with other companies, because they're doing the bidding. Andrew Covert and these other people are doing these other, Andrew Covert, they're doing this bidding and the weird shit that they're putting out and trying to cover up. I'll show you a piece of that in a second. Like she's saying, oh, just go ahead and do your thing. Like, they're having strategy meetings, and the strategy is to exclude you. They didn't invite you to anything. They didn't bring you into any of this stuff. And so, like she's choosing to ignore you. Like, you guys aren't talking or whatever it is. And so, I don't know what their relationship is, but it doesn't seem like they have one. And I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter, but, your show is... Candace is going after unnamed people. When Corey Feldman was naming his abuser, and everyone was like, who? That's not a fucking big-time celebrity. Like Corey Feldman had made a big deal about naming the guy who sexually abused him because that was his whole story. And it was some guy, and the guy's like denied it in a way that like, what are you talking about? Like kind of thing. I don't know if so. Maybe it didn't even happen. Corey Feldman just made the story up, but he didn't pick some big hot time Hollywood celebrity, and whatever. And you had to bring in Corey Haim's abuser, who he claimed was Charlie Sheen, and Corey Haim's mom was like, "That's not true," and it imploded. The thing about this, the problem with TPUSK is that they are, and I'll show you their clips here in a second. They're going after the people who make up their audience, and the people who make up Candace's audience want to fucking hear her trash Erica Kirk because she sucks. Like people don't like her, and the grieving period's ending, and so she is going to be, and it's not left wing people. It's like people who used to be in. I mean, the left wing people, sure, they were whatever, but everyone else is like, the majority of the people are TPS US gay people, and the people who do conspiracy theorist truther stuff, right? And so, by alienating those people, you're not giving them what they want. Like Erica Kirk is the big name. It's the one people want to hear about. Like they don't want to hear about all these fucking no-name gay dudes behind the scene at TPUS gay. They want to hear about Erica Kirk. Like, why is she acting like this? What's really going on with their relationship? What's happened? Was it a real relationship? Why is she faking and posing and not, why does she keep on rolling out the fucking dabbing her eyes? Like, the more she appears, the more people dislike her.
That is the mother of Charlie Kirk's children. I had a real relationship with Charlie Kirk, a real friendship with Charlie Kirk, and what is left of him in this world are his two small children. So to just take a baseless attack, if I catch her in a lie, it's a little different. But to just take an attack on her does not feel appropriate to me. I haven't seen any reason to do that. So I'm looking forward to the sit down with Jesse Waters. I think we're going to get a lot more from Erica, and we're going to see where her mindset is. Currently, there is one clip that is going around, and I have some unsolicited advice for Erica, and I appreciate the sentiment of what she's saying here. Let's take a listen.
The defense wants to ban cameras in the courtroom. How do you feel about that?
There were cameras all over my husband when he was murdered.
There was one behind him, and some guy grabbed it right afterwards after he did a selfie video. Like he did a video about a reaction video to watching Charlie Kirk get shot, and then he ran and grabbed the camera. Remember?
There have been cameras all over my friends and family mourning. There have been cameras all over me, analyzing my every move, analyzing my every smile, my every tear. We deserve to have cameras in there.
Okay, so the reason that cameras aren't going to be in the courtroom are not for the defense. And they have a right to request this, but it isn't. These trials always happen in secrecy because they're railroading this guy, and so it's a fucking lie. It's not the defense that doesn't want cameras. This kid is a no-name, doesn't speak. You don't see him. He's whatever, information they've put out in a package. They've created a profile of him. That's how they roll these out. Like he is, and we don't even know if this is his real name and what his role is. He's a, CIA agent. We don't even know. Like we don't even know who these fucking patsies are, right? But if they don't kill the guy, which makes it so much easier when they kill him, when they have to have a trial. Can you remember one of these shooters, these crazy individual shooters that had an open trial that people watched? Like fucking Johnny Depp and that, his ex-girlfriend or whatever her name is, wife or whatever she was. Can't even remember her name. Don't tell me, don't care, don't need to know. But you know what I'm talking about. We watched that. That was on every day. Alex Jones trial, people like that. That was very performative. They had all that shit. But these individual crazy shooters never get a televised trial. And so that's not because they don't want it. They're part of it. The defense, this whole thing, the Patsy trial, and so, the whole thing is just she's saying that They're analyzing my every smile. You brought fucking cameras to the day that you picked up your husband's casket. You brought cameras for social media and Instagram to photograph the back of your hand, the weird hand in his hand, and you saying shit to him when you saw him. Like, that was so fucked up. Like, you did that. You chose to bring cameras with Usha Vance and then posted that. Like, you're saying that somebody taped that, but you posted on social media on your own? That somebody, took a camera? You brought cameras to every event that you've been a part of. Like, you gave a speech 3 days after, 2 days, not even a day and a half after your husband was killed. You went and gave a fucking speech. And then you did the most gaudy performative fucking funeral, publicity stunt with all these celebrity fucking right-wing pieces of shit. Right? You're the one who fucking did all that shit. I'm going to go through the whole interview, so I'm going to have to say this stuff again.
Why not be transparent? There's nothing to hide. I know there's not, because I've seen what the case is built on.
Okay, so, that's a lie. She just, look at Candace move here. I'm going to cover this thing. I don't know. She decided to dab. Like, she told so fucking performative. Let's go back here.
There's nothing to hide. I know there's not, because I've seen what the case is built on.
See, she fucking didn't like that. Candace is a very emotional person. But, this is just fake as fuck. This gaudy-ass rings.
Everyone see what true evil is. This is something that could impact a generation and generations to come.
I thought you forgave him.
So I agree with his sentiment, and I'm glad that she has pointed out how ridiculous it is to not want cameras into the courtroom, how ridiculous it is to allow him to appear virtually, not even on camera, for some pre-hearing matters. None of this makes any sense to the public. And what I did say early on, I don't remember which episode it was I would not have wanted Erica it would not have been my advice for Erica in a stage of grieving to go from being the widow to being the CEO and the chairman of the company. If I was running the company, I would have said, let's put in place an interim CEO, right? Someone below. Justin Strife, I think, was the COO. I would have put in an interim CEO and allowed people to figure things out. Because it is a true statement that there's two things happening here. There's a widow, and then there is the chairman and the CEO, and that person.
Let's jump forward.
There is the chairman and the CEO, and that person, no matter what, is going to have to catch heat for any decisions the business is making. That's just the reality of the way the world works. When you're a CEO and you're a boss, if a mistake is made, doesn't matter whether you did it, whether you said it, whether you tweeted it, it's going to come down on you. And she has assumed that role, okay? So criticisms pertaining to anything at Turning Point USA that are being directed at Erica are fair. Obviously, they are fair if they are directed about Turning Point USA and their actions. The second thing that I would say, and again, this is as unsolicited.
But she's, her fake grieving is the bigger problem. But Candace is really bummed about all the decisions they've made at TPUSK. And so, she's attacking the organization constantly. And how they're not, they're covering up for this, this patsy and this official, they're embracing the official story and that whole thing. Erica Kirk's in charge of all of that shit. Her own weird reaction and then the bullshit response from TPUSK. And so it just flows, the TPUSK. It just flows.
Advice, so she's free to throw it out. But in the entire issue and the energy right now is that people, irrespective of what's happening on paper, don't believe the story. They don't believe the story. And and of course, this is only a snippet of the interview, so I'm sure more will be said here. But I'm getting that you have seen the case. You think it's a solid case. She thinks it's a solid case at least, and is saying, show everybody what you have so they can see true evil. Within her capacity of chairman and CEO.
Again, it's not true evil. I mean, you would say this kid is just true evil. Like, she's talking about how, the devil made this kid do this thing. Like, that's what she's saying in the, whatever it is. All right, Candace is just trying to talk around this fucking bullshit thing. At some point, she knows she has to go after Erica. She's probably just waiting for, they have that's all the shit's planned out. These people just don't speak truth Like, she, Candace Owens wants to say that she's a speaker of truth and she goes after the facts. But her, everything she does is very calculated, like all these people. And their strategies, and they have teams, and they have whatever it is. They think their way through these things. They just don't come out and just say, hey, this is what I think about it. And, this is the evidence I have, and this is, I mean, everyone sees that Erica's fake as fuck. So, I'm going to do that interview later tonight, or tomorrow, probably tomorrow, or whatever it is. So that's coming. But it's a thing, right? Like, Erica Kirk is now like a defined thing, as is TPUSK. All right, let's get into that here. And so, I used this. There was something more here. I went and ate breakfast. I was playing the rest of the clip from Candace. There's two things I want to show you. Something kind of funny from Kash Patel as well. When I ate breakfast and did what I was going to do. And she's going to talk about the market in a second. And some guy writes here, the market is saying we don't trust Erica. And here's that. Then we'll get back to that one. So there's that. But this is, here we go.
I think doing that would be beneficial to Turning Point USA, because I don't think Turning Point USA is going to survive if they continue down this path of, Tyler Boyer late night tweeting at donors as he did over the weekend. I think he directed his fire at like John Mappin and Arena Mappin, called John Mappin a loser. I don't think that that's the correct messaging to come out of Turning Point USA. And there is something that my husband always says to me, and I don't know if he got it from somebody else, he probably did, but the expression is, the market is always right. The market's always right. He says it's about like trading and things of that nature, meaning irrespective of what your opinion is or what you think the market is the market. So maybe the top execs at Cracker Barrel thought it was...
Okay, so, that was a publicity stunt, this Cracker Barrel thing. But what she's saying here is that which I say all the time, and we can see it, it's obvious to everybody, but TPUSK, that the Tyler Boyer thing, nobody buys it. And the people who supposedly love Charlie and these people, they're not buying the official story. Only the most remedial ones. And the ones who are most active, that's the other thing. Like I always say this, going back to my last video where Candace was trying to say that truth was winning and, they're going to turn this thing around. That there is this misconception that Alex Jones put out there that the people who care enough to make videos and risk their reputations and, risk consequences by going out and telling the truth on the internet, that your goal was to wake people up who aren't even willing to do what you're doing, right? Like all we're doing is talking here. Like we're not even, people organize things, but it's not really effective. There's no plan, there's no organization, there's no leverage, there's no money, there's no lobbying, there's no anything, right? There's no power. It's just getting information out there, and then people have that information, and voting doesn't do shit, right? So protests don't do shit, and so there's no avenue for success. It's just that you know more than you knew before. That's all, the stuff that I talk about here and anybody else talking about it. That's all it's going to do. It's not going to change the system. It's not going to stop anything from happening. It's not going to bring accountability to anybody or anything. They just push things through. They'll push this thing through with the Patsy and the rest of it. But her husband saying the markets are always right. Yeah, the market, we all know that Candace Owens is getting 2 million views where Turning Point is getting 10,000 views. Or, and when they do talk about this and they deny it, they get 100,000 views and all the comments are like, you guys suck, fuck you, you're lying, you're covering this thing up. And so she's right. The market is about Charlie Kirk's, the official story being bullshit and that this guy's a patsy. That's where the market is on the, that part of it. But the overwhelming market is about Erica Kirk. If you want your videos to pop, like I know that, right? I know if I include Erica Kirk in my title or if I talk about any of these things, that people are interested in. Like, what do you guys want to hear about, right? And so she's a star of the show. No one gives a shit about Tyler Boyer. I mean, when she said that Tyler Boyer was banging male interns, young guys and whatever, and hired all the people there, that's significant. TPUSK, that's significant. It's interesting. I talked about that in a video. And that's a valid point, right? And she pursued that, but no one gives a shit about him criticizing his donor or some of these things. That's something. She's going to get into Kash Patel as well. We'll get into that in a second because, he again is he's not is the star of the show is Trump, right? And so when she makes a video about Erica Kirk, it's going to be like 5 million views or whatever. She'll have, and it'll get all this energy will be retweeted and, that's where the market is. So if that's what you're actually believing, then you would know that the market's Erica Kirk. Like that comment, right? So Kash Patel, which I covered already, put out this tweet, and Candace is going to read it for it. Saves me the trouble. Dyslexia. Kash Patel. They always say this shit now, right? I'm proud of the work of the FBI. We're taking violent criminals off the streets in record numbers, crushing the fentanyl crisis, dismantling cartels, saving children, hunting down terrorists, and so much more. Now, the problem, what he's going to address here is his girlfriend, who's much younger than him. Like, it seems like maybe like 20 years. And just, weird relationship. And so he criticized the FBI of being corrupt. He accused them of corruption by using their private jets as, for their personal use. And then it came out that he said, well, I don't have a choice. So it isn't that him using his personal jet to go see his girlfriend is an issue because he has to do that. The private jet for the FBI director. The problem with that is that he criticized it as a podcaster. And he did a lot of things as a podcaster. He said a lot of shit that he's reversed himself on and been seen as a hypocrite. Jeffrey Epstein's stuff being the number one thing, right? But they always do this stuff where they brag. This is Trump's stuff. They're all given this memo. Tell everyone how great you're doing. And that's what he does here. He tells you how great he's doing here. And then they address this thing here.
Crushing the fentanyl crisis, dismantling cartels, saving children, hunting down terrorists, and so much more. Let me be clear, we will not be distracted by baseless rumors or the noise from uninformed internet anarchists and the fake news.
So that's what he's saying, all these people. We're the internet anarchists. He used to be one when he was a podcaster, right? Like, that's what a piece of shit he is.
I've always said, criticize me all you want, but going after the people doing great work, my personal life or those around me, is a total disgrace. The disgustingly baseless attacks against Alexis, a true patriot, and the woman I'm proud to call my partner in life are beyond pathetic. She is a rock-solid conservative.
Boom. Rock-solid conservative.
And a country music sensation.
Boom.
Who has done more for this nation than most will in 10 lifetimes. I'm so blessed. Sorry, pull that back up. I gotta finish. I'm so blessed that she's in my life. Attacking her isn't just wrong, it's cowardly and it jeopardizes our safety. My love of family will always be my cornerstone, and you will never tear that down or...
You put her in jeopardy, right? He put her in jeopardy by criticizing the FBI with fucking baseless rumors when he was an internet anarchist and he made up shit about the FBI, criticizing for something that they, and these guys weren't going to see their country music girlfriends. Whatever he was saying, they were using their personal, going to personal things and using a private jet, which he says you have to do as director. You have to for your own safety. It's mandatory. You can't go fly on fucking Delta or whatever else is out there, Sky Blue, Southwestern. Kash Patel running in there trying to get the first seat, right? So, all that stuff, right? So he put her in jeopardy.
Keep me from them. I and this FBI will stay laser focused on our mission and continue the reform that we promised, rebuilding this borough from the ground up.
Okay. And to our supposed allies, staying silent. Your silence is louder than the clickbait haters. This is great, but the star of the show is Trump, right? She's going after Cash Patel here, which is fine, and she does this with go after all of them, but never forget the two people here are Erica Kirk, and Donald J. Trumps. They're the two big pieces of shit, right? They're where the market is. They're the ones that are and they're in charge. Like these other people, yeah, but no one gives a shit about them. A little bit, but not as much, right? And Cash Patel, he sucks. He's failed, and he's a hypocrite, and he's a piece of shit. Because he pretended to be this guy, a right-wing truther, and then, covering up for Trump, and then bragging and doing this other bullshit. All right, let's move on to TPUSK here. So I want to talk about a little bit more about what I was saying about this thing with Candace Owens. In a TV show, there are various, like a long series, and in movies, there are these various storylines. I saw the latest edition of Jurassic World, the Jurassic Park series, right? And they have these storylines and threads throughout every one of them. Like there's going to be a couple villains. You can identify the people that are going to get eaten by dinosaurs, and there's one guy who's going to get eaten by a dinosaur at the end, right? Like it's there's going to be kids. So in this show, this movie, everyone's tired of dinosaurs. They don't want to see them at parks anymore. Dinosaurs have caused so much havoc, and they're just over dinosaurs, which is silly because people still go to zoos, right? But people are just over dinosaurs. They have no interest in them. And so there's this narrow strip and the dinosaurs can't survive anywhere outside of the equator. So they're just in these places along the equator, which is always, and that's illegal to go there, right? And so that's how they're doing this, the latest iteration of these same plot lines. And there's a guy, a single dad, and he's going on a sailing trip with his daughters and his older daughter's boyfriend. And that's how they get the kids into it. They always have to have kids. There's always a sequence where the kids are being chased by dinosaurs. That has to be a part of it. That's in like every one of the shows, right? So you have these various storylines, right? These various people have their own backstory. And everything's so dramatic now. That's the only difference. In all these superhero movies now and these action movies, they brought in these, chick flick like monologues about, how you don't feel good enough or you're grieving. There's, in this one, Scarlett Johansson lost a coworker, and Marcella Ali, I think is the guy's name, lost his son. Right? There's just these things that are there, and you have these storylines, and in TV shows and these other things like soap operas, there's some storylines that people are, they'll tolerate the lesser marketed, in terms of the market, it's always right storylines, and they're into the one storylines. There's some storylines that pop, and in our current situation, it's Trump and Erica Kirk. Those are the storylines people are interested in. Dick Cheney just died, and I didn't get a chance to cover it. And I'm not probably, but MSNBC, I turned it on CNN, or I think it was MSNBC. And they had this liberal woman talking about how great Dick Cheney was. Now, Dick Cheney was considered evil, Darth Cheney, like he was Darth Vader. And he was the guy behind all the evil shit that Bush administration was doing. In the liberal media, he was their number one target. And he was kind of the star of the show, even more than Bush, which is kind of interesting. And this liberal media person was talking about how Dick Cheney chose his patriotism and his country and his party, in his country over his party and Donald Trump. That he put patriotism before party, and it wasn't. That was personal. Donald Trump and him are both big shills for Israel. They have a very similar type of, whatever it was, like views on things and whatever. But him and his daughter got on the wrong side of Donald Trump, and they tried to, undercut him and do the whole thing with the impeachment. And it failed, and his daughter got kicked out of politics. And he's a piece of shit, and so is she. They're not patriots, right? But MSNBC was making it sound like this guy who shot his friend in the face, and he created 3 wars, and then made bank on, his Halliburton company, So, just these kind of things. There's all these storylines. The election was last night. I'm not going to talk about that. It's, whatever, the mayor of New York or whatever, the governor. But this guy, Brandon Tatum, I covered him before. Here he is with Netanyahu. He's a true Israeli shill. Like he's just, he's sheckled. Here he goes after Tucker Carlson here. And, he was on some show, Jordan Peterson, one of those shows you guys will remember if you watch my video on this. And he was just shilling for, he was sheckling and shilling for Israel like nobody's business. And so, like he's just the facts about Israel. So he's just about that. And so TPUS Gay decided to bring him on the show for multiple segments. And Brandon Tatum shuts down Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories, Antifa terrorist bomb car, and Antifa Charlie Kirk message connected. Teachers go viral for bloody problem solved shirts on Halloween. And then how Charlie Kirk's murder defense will try to manipulate the jury. And so they're doubling down on how the defense, like they're not trying, they're giving him a defense, but you guys were into freedom. You would want this kid to get a proper trial, but he can't get a proper trial because the CEO of your fucking company went out and said, hey, fucking, I forgive you. And the president of our country said, we need to give this kid the death penalty. And on very shaky evidence, the whole thing looks fake as fuck, right? And so, instead of recognizing what the market says and realizing that you should say, hey, we're not, we have our questions about the official story, they're bringing this Israeli shill in. So they're showing you what their, where their loyalties lie. The problem is they've tanked their audience, right? 15,000 views, 61,000 views, and most of these comments are when these ones about. I'll show you that. Lots of comments about either how much they love Charlie, and they miss him, and comments about how they don't believe the official story and this guy's full of shit, right? But this one, 5,000 views, right? So Candace Owens gets 2 million views for her videos. And they're getting nothing. They're getting dick because, they're no longer relevant. They're not influencers. And Erica Kirk is in charge of all this.
It's not my job to do that. But you have been tremendous, I think, in the aftermath of Charlie's assassination and some of the conspiracy theories that have been spreading. You have been tremendous in just adding a voice of common sense, I would say.
Oh, my God. The common sense voice, right? The guy who says you guys are all full of shit. Your whole right-wing Trump audience is what you guys would call conspiracy theorists, right? So.
Because you were an officer. Mm-hmm. You had investigated crime scenes. You've investigated murders. You've been the first guy on a scene that has to make sense of what's just happened.
And then you have to take your shekels and find out who you're going to have to charge and do that. This corrupt motherfucker, right? So,
I think you have brought so much just, I would say, it's common sense, but really just wisdom and kind of a calm, steady voice. And I think more people need to know about your videos. I think more people need to be watching you on YouTube because it's weird when you're in this situation and you talk to people that actually know what they're talking about or that were there or that all of our friends were there. Yeah. But then so you have the firsthand accounts. Then you actually there's a legal team that's coordinating with the authorities and you see it all. And then you see what people are saying online. You're like, well, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. And,
but this is the problem. You guys pushed a fucking candidate who said they're eating the dogs. After J.D. Vance talked to the mayor of the town of Springfield, Ohio, and he said that's not true. And Trump and his people, all the people, many of them who are in the government, some of Donald Jr., they push bullshit conspiracies. And all these people ate it up. All their fucking dumb fucks from Dumbfuckistan ate it up. And you guys didn't clarify any of that shit. And you cultivated it. And you came up with your own conspiracies and you pushed them. All these guys have done that against the liberals and the Democrats. And, the official story is lies, right? Joe Biden was having dementia, right? There's always these lies on both sides. But when you come into power, there's this moment where when you've campaigned on so-called conspiracy theories, and then which many of them you don't believe or you made up or it's just disinformation, and then you get into office and you have to come out and say, no, Jeffrey Epstein did commit suicide, or all the rest of these things, and people don't trust the government, don't trust the media, and now you've said, hey, fuck you guys are crazy. Why don't you watch this guy dispel all this shit? And you think that people are going to buy into that shit? What he just said? Oh, we're here. We know all your shit is untrue. We know that's not true. That's not true. Yeah, there's a lot of shit out there that's not true, but that's because the official story is not believable, and you're a part of that. You're pushing the official story, and Erica Kirk is in charge of this whole mess, right? And bringing this guy in, a guy who's shackled up for Israel, it shows you what they're going with, right? So Candace Owens saying that she's, Erica Kirk hasn't done anything. Well, yeah, she has. Look at it. She's brought this guy in.
And then
and these guys, these gay dudes here.
We're in a position where, yeah, we it's an ongoing investigation. There's only so much we can say. There's, things that could be said and used against us in the court of law if we say certain things. But you've been tremendous, and I just wanted to say thank you for that. And, from that vantage point, tell us, like, kind of what you're seeing. What are some of the common mistakes that people are making and kind of as they're processing this? And I just want to say one last thing, and then I'm throwing it to you. I do have a lot of grace because a lot of people out there are not investigators. They don't have a law enforcement background.
Oh, shit. They're just dumb fucks out there and can't fucking tie their own fucking shoes. They're our biggest supporters. They don't realize that we're a bunch of gay dudes who, not really right-wing Christians, and Erica Kirk and Charlie weren't really even married. They're like fucking dumb. They're bumping into shit. They're like really stupid. They don't have your ability. I mean, like, your whole thing was this, that Charlie was not an educated person who didn't go to college, and you could come out and debate these college kids whilst being shackled the fuck up, right?
And they love Charlie, and they want to get truth, they want to get justice. So I do have a lot of grace. I understand why there's distrust, but please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much for saying that. This stuff is very simple. All you have to do is have some type of experience like I do. I was trained
exactly like experience
on investigating. I investigated crimes myself. I testified in court. And you have that, plus you have wisdom, and you're reasonable, and you believe in God.
All those things. He's got all that. He's got wisdom. He believes in God. He's reasonable. And he takes lots of shekels, too. You got to just take the shekels. And once you take the shekels, you realize that none of this shit matters. It's just whatever you got to say to take the shekels. Because once you get the shekels, you want more shekels.
You have godly wisdom in how you should articulate or put out information or disseminate information to the people that God is giving you that follows you. And like you said, Andrew, I understand that people are hurting and people are looking for answers and people don't know what they're talking about a lot of the times, and they're doing it in good faith, but they're just lost. It's like almost every police shooting that I cover. A lot of people don't understand use of force policy. They don't understand the law. They don't understand how the law is prosecuted. And so they are off on it, even though they have good intentions. Now, there's a difference between someone who's off on it in good faith with good intentions versus someone who know better and just out there spewing hatred.
Exactly what Donald Trump told people, that they're eating the dogs in Springfield, Ohio, and you guys didn't say shit about that and talk about what a piece of shit he is for, demonizing a whole bunch of Haitian immigrants and making them fucking pet eaters, right?
Stupidity because they want to get clicks and subscribers and make money off of it. That is the difference. That is the difference between the anger point for me, is that if somebody just don't know, I get it. I mean, people don't understand investigations, but then people who should know better that's saying it is the ones that bother me the most. This stuff is very simple. You're like, if you really want to know what's going on in the
case, this is like anti-Candace Owens stuff, right? They're trying to combat, they're fighting for Charlie's audience. Candace Owens is fucking kicking the shit out of him. She's getting, 1.5 to 2.5 million views. She's getting millions of views on, she'll do 5 videos a week and get 10 million views. I don't know how many videos they got to put out, like a month's worth to get that many. And a lot of the views, like this video, is getting a lot more. We'll go through the comments here. But, nobody's buying it. They're not fucking buying it. To say that the officials... the thing about it is there's been all these other events that people on the right wing have not bought into. All these other single shooter events that people don't believe the official story. And then all the other events. And we know the Trump's fake assassination attempt. But if this was if this was a Joe Biden thing, they'd be calling bullshit and they'd be pushing conspiracy theories. Like, we know that. So it's only because this is about Trump and this is about shutting this thing down. It's about Israel, most first and foremost. And this guy is out there defending Israel at every turn. He's taint-licking Benjamin Netanyahu in that video. This thing here.
That Christians' relationships or the relationships of Christians in Israel aren't as good. And so can you speak to that, Prime Minister, about how Christians live in Israel? Are they accepted in Israel? Are they treated fairly in Israel?
Well, first of all, this is the birthplace of Christianity. And all these sites.
Let's get that fucking ribbon on.
People could walk and do walk in the footsteps of Jesus. Christians are not merely tolerated in Israel. They're welcomed as a treasure of our common...
Yes, it's goy. They like the American money and the Christian money. But the thing about this is, Jesus came out of the Jewish religion, and there's people who believe he was the Messiah that was prophesized. And I want to get into the religion. I'm going to do this, and I have comments. People saying I don't know shit about the Old Testament. And, I'm like, you don't want to see it. It's right in your fucking face, right? But there is a huge issue here between the Jewish people who denied Jesus' divinity and were the Pharisees that were part of his execution, and the people who then became Christians and thinks he's the Christians believe that this guy's going to hell. That if you don't accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, you're going to hell. There should be more animosity between these two groups, and there has been in the past, right? There's a Muslim guy that said, that says in the Quran, and I don't think the Quran's good either, but he was this guy with some kind of, he was kind of a truther guy. His videos came up for a while. I watched some of like 4 or 5 years ago. And he talked about how in the Quran it said, the Christians are fine by themselves and the Jews are fine by themselves, but when they come together, that's when you have to watch out, right? So this is all weird, but this guy's a shill, right? This guy, there's another video here.
This was a direct spit in the face of Charlie Kirk's legacy.
How do you explain Mike Huckabee, Ted Cruz, and there are a lot like that, John Bolton. I mean, I've known them all.
Charlie Kirk.
W. Bush, like Karl Rove. I mean, all people I know personally who I've seen be seized by this brain virus, and they're not Jewish. Most of them are self-described Christians, and then the Christian Zionists who are, Christian Zionists. Like, what is that?
Right.
And I could just say for myself, I dislike them more than anybody. Because what? Because it's Christian heresy, and I'm offended by that as a Christian. That's why. So I don't, why not? I'm pissed at the neocons, very pissed. I've said that a million times. I've been mad since December of 2003 when I went to Iraq. And so I went and asked straightforward questions to Ted Cruz, because that seemed like there's a sitting senator who's serving for Israel by his own description. He seemed like a worthy target. I'm not going after MTG, who's the most sincere why not go after Ted Cruz? I don't understand.
Think about what he said. He said he hates the Zionists, right? Or that they're despicable as Christian heresy. Let's go to Charlie Kirk and what Charlie Kirk said about being a Zionist.
Have you ever been to Israel?
No, I'm just.
Okay, so this guy's denying, what Charlie Kirk said later on. He's saying this is a slap in the face to Charlie Kirk's legacy.
Let me just contribute this as a fellow brother in Christ. When we as Christians go to Israel, we are celebrated and treated like the most amazing you could ever imagine, okay?
Facts.
So I'm
Facts.
positive that there are radical...
because we're being sheckled. But as soon as we criticize Israel, they throw us down like we're pieces of garbage and kill us.
Hasidic sects that believe certain things, as are written in parts of the Talmud where they have anti-Christian beliefs. That is not my experience with mainline Israeli belief or mainline Judaism. And I will say this: why do I like Israel so much? I'm biased because Israel changed my life.
There's clips of Charlie explaining what Zionism. There's clips of Charlie saying he's a Zionist, and it just simply means what he said in some of the previous clips that I just showed of him is that the existence of Israel and the promise that God made to the Jewish people. No.
Okay, so this guy's like a huge shill, right? For all these, these talking points, and they chose to bring him on, as a complete combatant to certainly Candace Owens more than anybody else, and then Tucker Carlson, these other people. And then all the people that are Charlie Kirk fans that don't believe in the official story. Like, it's a fuck you to them. It's like this guy's a big fuck you to all those people because he's completely sheckled. Like, he's as sheckled as anybody. So here's the comments to this video. Brandon Tate shuts down Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories. We miss you, Charlie. There's a bunch of things like that. Charlie forever. What hurts me the second most, obviously the first was taken from us, how disappointed he would have been to see how people treated him and his family. Disgusting. They use the word disgusting quite a bit. So there's a lot of things about Charlie, not about these guys, not about what they're digging about the guy and all these other things. At some point down here, let me find these comments here. Debunked, is this Snopes now? You can always tell when someone has been bought out. Tatum has changed, and it's not just because of what he is saying about the Charlie Kirk days. Yeah, he's sheckled. My 5th grade teacher told us there's no such thing as a stupid question. Keep asking. What did he shut down? I still have so many questions. As Charlie said, don't stop asking questions. Seek the truth. People not wanting you to ask questions is a dead giveaway. I miss Charlie's smile. And then there's stuff about him. Debunked? And so you see this is either about people saying, we miss Charlie's. Investigate the planes following Charlie for years. Some of these things are coming directly from, so what? So what did he debunk? I'm confused. And so all these things, right? Was the Doge audit that Charlie ordered concerning TPUSA canceled by Tyler Boyer after Charlie's assassination? How is that honoring Charlie's wishes? Or if so, donors are calling for a transparent audit by a third party, and who gave Tyler authority to override Charlie's memo? These type of things, right? So this is, when they do have a lot of views, and this is really a lot of views, this is, let's see what they have here. 61,000. Like, this is 61,000, and all the comments are either, we miss you, Charlie, or fuck you guys, and you didn't debunk shit, right? You didn't shut down anything. You're lying sacks of shit, right? And so, all of those things.
Husband's killer, 113.
The defense wants to ban cameras.
So we saw this thing with Erica
in the
Monica
courtroom.
Kirk.
How do you feel about that?
There were cameras all over my husband. It's not, because I've seen, let everything come.
Or you were an officer, but what is this dynamic playing out with the cameras specifically? The defense wants to ban them.
Yeah, I can't say I know exactly what their motives are, but
Yeah, there's no motives, right? Because, what would you get out of it? Would be humanizing this kid. Like having this kid get up there and just be like, kind of weak, fragile, skinny, normal 20-year-old kid. Hard to believe that he did this. Any number of things, right? If he was some sociopathic monster that played played poorly on camera, then they wouldn't, want the cameras in there, but he's not that. And so this isn't coming from the defense. The defense, he doesn't have a defense, right? The prosecution picked his defense attorney. We already know that from this woman who called up and tried to get attorney to the kid. This woman called up and she had attorneys that were going to represent him pro bono, like great attorneys. She finally got a guy from New York, and she couldn't get in touch with the family, and then she talked to the prosecution, and they said, no, we're going to pick the defense attorney. Because it's that kind of a shill fucking, patsy case, right? And so the kid isn't even talking to anybody. Why wouldn't he want to free, like, great attorneys Why was in family? She was trying to get in touch with the family. She couldn't. This woman, like she, was just trying to get this kid some legal representation. So they don't want that. The defense and the prosecution, no one wants this thing to be a public case. They want this kid convicted on public opinion. But the problem is, the more like this thing goes through, and the more you guys endorse it, like you guys think that after he's convicted that's going to mean anything to your fucking conspiratorial right-wing fucking morons that buy into your bullshit. When Charlie Kirk was there and Trump's bullshit, and now you guys are telling them to shut all that conspiracy theory shit off, right?
After watching, being in trial, watching all of this stuff unfold, I try to watch every major case trial. I used to watch court TV all the time. In my other life, I would have been a lawyer. But it appears that what they're doing is trying to humanize and make Robinson look like less like an evil person.
Yeah, so they're trying to humanize him by not letting you guys see him or hear from him. I mean, the way that you would do that is you'd hear from the kid, and you'd be like, "This kid didn't fucking do it." Like that's what people would say, because he didn't fucking do it because, he isn't. I mean, he's a patsy, right? And he's an actor or whatever he is, right? Whatever he is, like if he's somebody that they've just keel-hauled into this thing, keel-hauling somebody under the boat, right? Where they just grab them and they run a rope from one side of the boat to the other, and they run the person under the boat, and the boat's full of fucking barnacles and shit, and they get all ripped to shit. That's what they do. But like, he's just a normal person that they dragged into this, or he's some kind of asset, which he's some kind of asset, right?
Because of his crimes are very evil and inhumane. So they want to humanize him and make him look like just an average person that had a bad day. And the way they do that is they can curate what he looks like in the public, and they can curate what he looks like.
How can they do that? Nobody has any information. There's no information about it. Like what? Like absolute bullshit here. The way you would do it is to have the camera be on him and have him talk and speak and be someone like who's heard the guy say anything. It's just the profile that's been created by the people, the powers that be. And so they brought this shill guy on, this sheckled guy up, and this sheckled person. This guy who's been sheckled, Officer Tatum, and they it's a big fuck you to their audience and Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and the rest of them. People who are questioning it, especially to Candace Owens. And this all comes from Erica Kirk. Either she's a puppet and she's not running things, or she's making these decisions. And so this is what they've decided. This is their plan, to roll her out in leather pants and have her grope J.D. Vance and, do all the bullshit she's doing, fake cry and dab her eyes, and then say the official story is correct and all you guys who question it are fucked and you're disgusting. It's disgusting. That's what they always say. Charlie Kirk said the same thing. It's disgusting. So, all right. So that's it for all this stuff. I'm going to wait on the interview with Erica Kirk. There's other stuff I have to cover, but I'm going to cover that on another day. I got a voiceover to do for the end of this thing. That's it for now. And then I'll wait for the interview tonight, and then I'll put this thing up on Thursday morning. Okay, so I was taking this picture. I'm using it in the, I always make this composite for the thumbnail. And what I didn't see in the beginning, look at the shadow. It looks like a pregnant. It looks like a pregnant, almost like a Mother Mary silhouette, right? This is an AI generated picture, but they made it the shadow. Check out the shadow of her and J.D. Vance coming together. I mean, is she pregnant with J.D. Vance's baby? Is that what the AI is trying to tell us? Anyways, okay, so still Wednesday, November 5th. And there's another clip that surfaced. I haven't watched it yet, so I just want to watch the whole thing tonight. I don't know how long the interview is with Jesse Walters, but I assume it's going to be 15, 20 minutes or something. And, I don't know if they'll put it up right on the internet or I'll have to take it off the TV. There's all these unanswered questions that I have to deal with in terms of presenting it here to you all. And those questions will be answered later on tonight. But I had some thoughts about this stuff that Candace Owens was saying about Erica J. Smith, Erica J. Kirk. and all of it. And so, this is why it's all about Erica. In an ocean full of Judases that surround Charlie Kirk, all these people that were a part of this, benefited from the TP gay universe. Erica is the number one person, right? If she's the number one Judas, there's nothing worse than being betrayed by your spouse and the mother of your children. I mean, it's actually kind of worse being betrayed by your wife than it is by your husband, especially a traditional Christian wife. So Erica J. Kirk has said, there was a clip of her talking to young women who are about to be married. And she said, when you get married, your husband is now your family. Everyone else, your brothers, your sisters, your mom, your dad, they're your relatives. But your husband is your family, and your kids are your family. Those are your family, and everyone else is just relatives. That there is something reserved for your inner circle of your husband and your kids, which, I would agree with that, right? And I know a shit ton about traditional Christian women and their commitment to marriage. What is this to be a good Christian wife? Because, in my Sajmarg meditation, there is all this emphasis about being the Lakshmi of the family, being, Master Charji taught a great deal about how women are, leading their husbands from behind and all these other things. There's all these other teachings. Some of the teachings I talked about in that video, Just a Mom, I talked about motherhood. Some people still rewatch that video over and over again. And, I learned a bunch of that stuff from Master Charji. But my ex, who was always like a great student, she was like one of those people that never did anything in life, but were perpetually learning and, getting degrees and wanting to be A students. And she was a liberal. She went to liberal Wellesley University, where Hillary Clinton went. And she was mostly a liberal Democrat, but then hearing Master Charji's teachings, she committed herself to becoming the best, or learning about being a good Christian wife. And she joined various groups on the internet that were full of Christian wives. One was Christian moms that wore head coverings, most of them. They wore some kind of head coverings. They were very traditional. They had lots of kids and very conservative. And, she didn't really put this stuff into practice like she did. She faked it. Like she was kind of an Erica Kirk. But she learned about it. Like she knew it in principle, but she wasn't really good at applying things to her life. It was more performative, but she knew about these things. And I know Erica Kirk knows about these things, right? And so there's nobody worse to betray Charlie Kirk than his wife. Okay, let's say Charlie Kirk isn't dead and their marriage was a sham. Well, then that's fucked. That's the worst thing. Like if she's not really even married to him and those aren't even really her kids and Erica isn't really her name and her name's fucking Monica, if that's the case, then that's completely fucked, right? Like that's not even, you can't even compare that to anything else, right? Like that's by far the worst. The deception to the people that they're supporting, or that are supporting them, their fans, all of the people that love them. I mean, they're pulling off a deception on them and all these other people. I mean, it's just fucking evil. And so if that's what she's done, then that's by far the worst thing. If Charlie's still alive or he was never married to him and that was a sham, then that's fucked. Okay, so we all know that she's being performative. All of us here, I mean, some of you guys just wandering in here, leaving dopey comments and trying to defend her. Once in a while I get a stray idiot, a person takes a wrong turn from Dumfuckistan and shows up here. But everyone else here knows that she's being performative. She came out and performed right out of the gate and showed that she couldn't grieve properly. And I'll come back to that. We rewatched that clip I already showed you when I watched the little interview. I'll show you that. She can grieve properly. She's not sincere. She's performing. And so that's already a betrayal, right? That's a betrayal of whatever love they supposedly had and whatever, she's saying about him as a person. She's using this to aggrandize herself, get attention for herself, make bank. They already got $2.5 million in donations for her and the family. And then there's all the rest of those things that she's going to have, right? All the martyr money and things that come from this. Although TPSU is cratering, she still can, she's going to get bank from this. And so not being able to mourn, that's pretty bad, right? But there's a couple of worse possibilities. One, that she knew about this and was a party to it. And so, like, that's not, unthinkable. That's a realistic possibility. Given her being performative and fake and not showing real remorse and using this to aggrandize herself, well, then, that's only a small leap from that. We already know the one thing is true. And so the second thing is a possibility that she was in on it and was covering up. So that's maybe the second worst thing out of all these things, other than it being a fake marriage and her being a complete crisis actor and a faker. And then the other possibility, which is not quite as bad as that, is she wasn't in on the murder, but she knows that who is, and she is doing business with those people. Now, if she was in on it, then since she's working with the people already. So if she wasn't in on it, but still now she knows they did it, and she was really married to the guy, and she's like, fuck that guy. I'm going to just blame a patsy and go along with the official story, even though I know it's not true. I'm not going to out the real killers or go after the real killers, and I'm not going to push that. I'm going to silence that agenda on TP at US Gay. That's also a big betrayal. So, all these things are realistic and very possible, and at the very least, we know that she's faking, acting, posing, and not showing real grief, which is like, that's a fucked up person. And a person like that is capable of anything. So, because her betrayal is worse than any other, because she was his wife, and because she's not looking for the real killer, she's not pushing for the truth, and she's not grieving properly, and she's acting like a businesswoman, and she's acting and posing, she's by far the worst. And she's the one that's, people are going to think about more than anybody else. Like, it all comes back to her. The story centers around her. And so, all right, that's it. I'll wait for tonight, and I'll see you either tonight or tomorrow morning. I'll watch the interview, and I'll put the rest of that stuff up here, and I have a long voiceover with some great talk about the Old Testament and some other bullshit that people try to drop on me that I just, eviscerated because it's stupid. So, anyways, here's the interview. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's 9:20 here in the PM. Erica Kirk gave this horrific interview, and I want to just get into it. It is really bad. I'm going to do probably half of it today and half of it for my next video. But let's start off here. So at the end of whatever her name is, Laura Ingraham, while they are transitioning into this show, this guy shows up.
Folks, I'd like to tell you about YRefi. Did you know that as an accredited investor, when you invest in YRefi, your interest rate is fixed? And did you know that you can invest?
I didn't know Brandon. All right, so this shill came in. I don't know what this is.
Experience for the job.
Well, somebody thought differently, but look, Laura, Messing went to the wall on this election. She reposted something on social media. This was it. The ballot reads, a Democrat and an actual communist jihadist, a literal Karl Marx quoting American-hating jihadist. Now, though Messing's exaggerating a little bit, that speech he gave once he won.
Okay, so Deborah Messing, we're going after her here. And they sign off here. Okay, so here it is. Boom. Erica Kirk, in her own words, presented with limited commercial interruption, courtesy of Good Ranchers and Year for a...
God is not done with America, and our best days are ahead.
God is not done with America. Well, that's pretty messed up, right? Let's turn the volume down a tad.
Every single one of you need to say, God, I am willing. Use me.
Woo! Woo! Make America great again, woo!
For your purposes. Liberty is God's idea, not man's idea.
Liberty is not God's idea. Everything comes from God, right? But, I've said this before, all this talk about freedom is bullshit. Because you only have one right choice, and that's doing whatever God wants you to do. Whatever your soul wants you to do, whatever part is your soul plan. And it's not about just the choice, it's about your attitude too. It's about being grateful and not being a victim. It's about, any number of deviant thoughts that you have where you begrudgingly do something. You do it with joy, willingly, happy to, get the opportunity from God. And so all this stuff is just ass backwards. Freedom is the idea of an ego. An ego wants to be able to make its wrong choices, right?
Nobody does what we do at Turning Point USA, but it starts with all of you. This is about saving Western civilization.
Sadly, we just started getting word just a couple of moments ago that Charlie Kirk has been shot.
The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
The next speaker is
Yeah, is this what you're doing here? That was the first thing she said in her speech. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry. So she's going to be crying forever? Like, I wonder how long she's going to be crying. Like, it's been fucking 2 months, bro. As we constantly, and she's not doing this in private. She doesn't cry all the fucking time. You can see it. She lies a lot in this interview.
very, very special speaker. She is my hero and the love of my life. Join me in welcoming Erica Kirk.
For over a decade, one movement surged through college campuses all across the country. What started off as a small group of conservative debaters turned into one of the most influential organizations.
It was sheckled up. We now know that they got hundreds of millions of dollars from Israel, lobbyists, pro-Israel billionaires that bought Charlie Kirk and then propped this whole thing up. So he wasn't this great guy that made this on his own. I mean, he was able to win over the Zionists, but we all know that, right? He was Charlie Shekels.
American politics, Turning Point USA, and the man behind it, Charlie Kirk. Charlie's star grew, but his mission stayed the same: empower young Americans to embrace faith, freedom, and family, and open debate. But everything changed on September 10th. Charlie's death was a turning point for the country.
Jesus fuck. Do you have to suck so fucking bad, bro?
All remember where we were when we found out Charlie died. And we remember how we felt.
Yeah, I didn't feel anything. Didn't know who he was. I don't even remember where I was. Like, I heard it. Like, I didn't know who he was or anything he was about. Like, I didn't know what he looked like. And so it didn't affect me and lots of other people. Maybe some people in Fox News, but I'm sure even a lot of them didn't know any of these things, right?
And then resolute. Charlie's gone, but his mission is far from over. Today, the new chapter begins, and his widow Erica is taking the reins. Fox was lucky enough to get unprecedented.
She has these weird fucking dresses. She's worn some of these before.
Access behind the scenes with Erica and the whole Turning Point team. They're picking up the torch and carrying a movement that Charlie created. And from here, it's only getting bigger. But
it's shrinking. It's sinking like a bucket of shit on a rope, right? It's just.
Understand how we got here, we have to go back to how it all started. And that's where we begin. My exclusive sit-down interview with Erica Kirk. Who was Charlie Kirk?
I can't help but smile when I hear his name.
I just can't. She's so fucking fake. I'm going to go through the fakeness as we go through it, right? Because let's start here. She's a fake wife. Like she's the fakest person in the world. Fake wife, fake reaction. She can't grieve right. And you don't need to do any of these things. I mean, there's a pain that you feel in your heart. There's pains that you can feel that make you like forget about the material world. Like you get so internalized. There's spiritual conditions, and I talked about something I went through. But there's grieving and the pain in your heart where you just, you can't deal with the world, right? Like you can't deal with anything. You just like, it's like you break it. But that wasn't what she did, right? And this fake shit that she does is so fucking hard to watch.
He was the love of my life, still is.
Still is.
Phenomenal father.
I mean, I said was, but I'm banging other guys, but but he's still, he's up there.
Incredible man, good friend, very loyal. He had a great dry sense of humor. He built something so incredible, and he was a bridge in our country, meaning he had the gift of communication. He could talk to the younger generations. He could talk to a donor group. He could talk to the President of the United States.
Everybody, he could do them all.
And Erica first met through their mutual friend, the now COO of Turning Point, Tyler Boyer.
Okay, so Tyler Boyer is the gay dude that Candace Owens said was sleeping with some of these young interns, just fresh out of college. I mean, basically jailbait for dudes. And they hired a bunch of gay dudes to work at, that seemed like gay dudes to work at Turning Point. And they met and introduced to Erica. So that guy was all over Charlie Kirk. He was handling that guy left and right. And he's a fucked up dude. I showed you him in that video talking about TPUS gay, right?
Erica, a college athlete and former Miss Arizona, had graduated from Arizona State University. She was living in New York City. And Tyler...
trying to get on reality TV shows, dating a gay dude, right? So there's this Hamptons show. I have the clips in one of my videos. And I'll pull that up maybe for tomorrow when I do the second half of this. But she's so fucking fake, right? She's a fame whore.
Had what he thought was the perfect job for her.
He said, we have this youth organization, would love to get you involved. I briefly met Charlie for maybe 2 minutes. Quick handshake, hi, nice to meet you. Mind you, I did not know after that brief meeting that Tyler and Charlie had sat down, and Tyler was like, this is the girl that I need to hire for something with regard to the faith component of the outreach that they were trying to start. And he was like, so next time you're in New York, you really should sit down with her. And then that kind of sparked into everything.
Okay, so she was handling him for Tyler, who was working for the Israeli, the Zionist shekel givers, the shekelers. And so she's going to tell this story. And, when you hear this story of how they met, it sounds like some kind of bio that's been written. The same kind of people that wrote Tyler Robinson's love letter to his transgender boyfriend, lover. It's just so bad. It's just so fake. Like, it's just one of these really bad B movies, the couple telling their story, and it's not fucking believable. There's so many holes in it, so it's so goofy. But let's just go through it because, we got no fucking choice.
They did end up having that meeting in New York, and what started as a job interview quickly drew the spark that Erica was talking about.
And so then we had a great time, and it was about 15 minutes in, I quickly pivoted away from wanting to hire her to wanting to date her, and now we know how that worked quite well.
He grilled me for hours. Grilling is probably not the proper term, but we debated back and forth. Philosophy, politics, theology.
So you didn't agree on any of these things? You're debating him about, there was no agreement, there was no consensus, it was a debate?
Anything that Charlie loved to talk about, we talked about it.
Because that's the kind of guy Charlie was. He never asked me what I like to talk about.
And afterwards, he was done eating, and he just looked at me and he goes, I'm not going to hire you. And I said, I did not need the job. I said,
Yeah, you know, should you have to say that fucking again? Really? You just fucking say that? I didn't need the job. I didn't fucking Mr. Fucking Me. I don't need your fucking job. I don't need your job. I mean, Jesus Christ. It's so fake. It's so performative. It's so, like, you know, just not realistic, right?
fine with consulting with you guys if you needed anything with regard to help. I have plenty of things going on in New York City. He said, I'm going to date you. I said,
Oh, whoa. Never saw that one coming.
You don't want to just be friends for a little bit.
And I told her I had enough friends and that I didn't want to be friends with her, so...
I'll be friends with that guy over there, that girl over there, but not you, not fucking you. You're either dating or you're my fucking sworn enemy.
That was kind of a non-starter, but if she wanted to date, that would be great. I had enough friends. And
how many is enough, Charlie? Like, you know.
She still finds that to be very funny, but I meant it.
And I tried to process that on the walk home, where...
She tells the story the same way every time, right? We've heard it over and fucking over again. You had to process it? What are you, like a fucking 14-year-old girl? The boy asked me out, and said he wanted to date me, and I had to process it the whole way home from school. Fuck you talking about, right? You're living in New York, you're on reality TV shows dating gay dudes. You know, and these are husband hunting. And I'm sure Tyler Boyer was pushing for this thing, because wanting someone else to handle Charlie. I mean, like, this guy's he's like up to his ass in like this corruption and this bullshit, right? And Tyler Boyer's name keeps on coming up. Candace Owen keeps on talking about him and all the stuff that he's involved in. And so he's weird. I showed you a couple interviews with him. And so she didn't cross her mind that they might date. Like she wasn't, you know, most of the time when you're in an interaction, two single people about the same age, right? People who are, you know, possibly could be romantically, you know, someone in your age bracket and it shares your belief systems, you know, fellow Christian. And these Christian women are always hunting for a fucking husband. You know, like, you know how that fucking shit goes, right? They're always husband hunting. I mean, even the liberal women, but this is, you know, they're up front about it. So it never crossed her mind that this might be a romance. Come on, fucking just, it's so fucking fake. Like, it's just, she's reading these scripted lines. And so this is, you know, fake as a husband.
And that's when I called my mom. And she was like, oh, are you working with them? Are you going to get a job with them? And I was like, no, but I got a boyfriend. And it was
Oh, whoa, so cute. Whoa, oh, it's so fucking fake. Like, the more she repeats this bullshit, the more fake it sounds.
Moment, I literally had to walk home to process everything that just happened because, again, the Lord knew that I needed a man that was going to be so assertive, not play games, not say, yeah, let's just be friends and see how it goes. Let's just talk it out.
You had to process.
He was so direct. He was so...
You had to fucking process this? I had to process it. I fucking had to process it.
Here, I want to date you with the intention of marrying you. He didn't want to waste his time. He didn't want to waste mine.
When did you know you were in love?
He knew immediately, and I knew there was something there. But I, prior to that, was praying that if he was to be my future husband, that the Lord would make it so clear that I would have such a peace about it, outside of it wearing a suit, outside of work-related events. And he just was amazing.
He was so amazing. He was so amazing.
Turning Point meant a lot too. This campus was just 2 buildings at the time, but the organization was already well on its way.
Just 2 fucking buildings for a guy who goes to fucking colleges and debates. I mean, this is an internet guy, right? Like, you know, only 2 buildings. I mean, Alex Jones only had 1 building, right? He's like these other internet. He had 2 fucking buildings. You know where he got the buildings? From his revenue of his videos and his... No, you don't make that kind of fucking money. They were buying him money. They were these guys, these Israeli shills, these Israeli handlers were buying fucking his loyalty through paying for buildings. They were donating $10 and $15 million buying him buildings, right? One guy wanted to take his name off the building because Charlie Kirk dared to suggest that he hinted at Israel might have some issues, right? I mean, that's how bad it got. And Charlie was fucking bummed. But like now he was bailing on them a little bit because he knew that he had a big enough organization where they could support it on its own. They had 450 something employees. And so there's nothing to see here but a guy who was completely owned by a foreign country that was betraying his country, his religion, himself.
To becoming a force in American politics.
You know, it's funny about leftists on college campuses. They think they're being rebels, yet all their friends are liberal, their teachers are liberal, the music they listen to is liberal, the textbooks they read are liberal, the entire culture they live in is liberal. They're being conformists. If you want to be a rebel on campus, be a conservative on a college campus.
If you really want to be a rebel, then you wouldn't be either one of those things, right? You wouldn't be in one of the two choices that you're given by the people who control the system. A right and a left choice that both suck, right, and are not real choices. They're part of the same thing. Like this idea that, oh, we got a shitty president, let's vote for the Democrats. Oh, we got a shitty president, let's vote for the Republicans. It just go back and forth. Well, I don't know. These guys keep on fucking us. I don't understand it. Like we go to one guy and we're like, hey, that party's fucking us. Let's vote for the other party. And then they fuck us. And then we go back to the other party and they get fucked again. And we go back to the second party again and they fuck us again too. I don't understand what's going on here.
There's nothing rebellious about
Woo! That. We would just engage with everything, that there was no separation between his work life and his home life. And I was so proud of him, and I would tell him, baby, you don't have to rush home. When
baby.
You come home, home is waiting for you.
Home is waiting for you, baby. Baby. Come on, baby. Baby. Come on, baby. Baby.
I was never the type of wife that looked at my phone and said, okay, you better be home at 5 o'clock for dinner when I have it on the table. Never. I said...
You were such a wonderful wife. The guy was bringing you in fucking millions of dollars doing the Lord's work, according to you. And you didn't demand that he quit and make sure he was home by 5 o'clock.
Home is here for you when you get home. Dinner will be ready whenever you're ready to eat. I will never make you feel guilty for pursuing what the Lord has put on your heart.
Oh, man, what an incredible wife. Boy, was she special. What a fucking handler.
Did you know right away that Charlie was destined for something larger than life?
Charlie has a great disposition about
Okay, so she dabbed her eyes. Why would she cry there? Why would she dab her eyes there? Like she just talked about him being at home at 5 o'clock. You just come home whenever you want. It was talking about herself and what a great wife she was. And that made her tear up, right? And she's not really crying. Like she's just, it's so fucking fake. Like this, I watched parts of this. I was tuning in to see what I was hoping it would end. I'm like, holy shit, it's going to go on for a whole fucking hour. And I knew I couldn't do this whole hour because it's so hard to watch. But I'm going to have to go in hard with the harsh criticism and mocking because it's the only way I can get through this horrific thing. It's god-awful. It's horrific. I mean, it's so bad. She's so bad. She's the fakest person. Like, she's the fakest person in a sea full of fake people. I'm talking about everybody in Hollywood, everybody in the media. She's like the fakest one. Because this is you're supposed to be a grieving process, right? And she can't do it. Like, you have to do it naturally. You have to, if you're not doing it, if you're not feeling real grief, if you're just performing, it's so obvious, right? Like, anything else, it's a little bit harder. I mean, she's fake it whenever she does anything. She's a fake person. But, in some of the interviews or some of the conversations she had with Charlie Kirk before he died, she was authentic to who she was. But she can't be authentic here because she doesn't love the guy. I don't think they were really married. And the whole thing is just fake and performative. And if she was actually married to him, she was handling him or something. But, I mean, there's something missing here, a huge thing missing. Any love and really sadness and all these things. It's just, you don't have to come up with fake lines and fake acting. And it's like she's on a soap opera. It's like soap opera level bullshit.
So I knew that he was never going to be just, he operated, everyone knew this, the way he operated his life, he wasn't going to waste time, he wasn't going to waste the one life that the Lord has blessed him with. When you get married to someone you love, you never
What if you get married to someone you don't love?
think, oh, I mean, at least we didn't, what our future was going to look like. It's not that you sign up for something. You just marry the love of your life, and however that unfolds, it unfolds. And
Divorce 50% of the time. 50% of the time it unfolds into divorce.
we both have very similar understandings, and I knew, obviously I knew his life would be important. All of our lives are important.
No, but you mean, that's not what you fucking meant. See, this is how fake she is. She meant that he was famous, right? She meant that he was influencing elections, and she was going to Israel and receiving shekels, and they had a big house, and they were rich, and people, that's what she means. She knows, like, people think that's what people think is important. Everyone's life's important. Yeah, so like some homeless guy, you think his life is important as Charlie's? You think that this guy's going to interview him, right? I talked about how she's probably the world's richest single mom. Not, one of them. And the best off, she has an organization and, being taken care of. There's all these single moms who can't feed their kids, and she got $2.5 million in donations. I'm not going to show it today, but I saw her daughter, she's with her daughter, and they have a whole giant room full of packages of stuffed animals and presents for people. They're mailing shit over to her and her family. And she's showing all her daughter all this fucking loot they've got, right? And so, like, fucking, she's just a liar, right? Just fucking.
I cared about was loving him and being a wife to him, being a mother to his children. That to me was so much more important. Everything else, I could care less.
Charlie.
Yeah, then why did you give a speech? Why were you putting up social media shit immediately upon his death? And why were you giving speeches like immediately? If all that other stuff doesn't mean anything.
Was so disciplined. He had his routine.
I know.
He worked out.
I know. Tell me about it. I didn't know that about him. I really didn't know him all that well. We were really fucking married, right?
He did his reading.
Yeah.
Are you now
that's right.
stepping into that?
Him and I are very similar from the standpoint of...
She's talking about him like he's still alive at times. Him and I are very similar. I mean, he was similar to me now. Now he's dead.
making yourself a better person as life goes on. We all live many lives, and we all are constantly trying, at least Charlie and I, we're constantly trying to improve ourselves.
Were you really?
We always worked out.
Big government sucks. Team Trump.
We have the same trainer, because him and I were athletes.
We were athletes.
It goes back to the basic and simple things.
Basic and simple things. Basic, simple things, like doing athletics.
He loved eating clean. He loved all of that stuff. But something that was so powerful about Charlie is that he mastered self-control.
Self-control. He was master.
He mastered, he would say, know your nature. He mastered that.
He did. He mastered it. He was such a master.
He perfected that.
He perfected it.
From the standpoint of, yes, he was very hard on himself. I have the journals to prove it.
I have the journals to prove it. I'm reading the shit out of those things.
Hard on himself. But he held him.
You know, if he was hard on himself, he wouldn't let himself promote a genocide and shill for Israel the way he did. The only reason he bailed on Israel, or started to, was because he knew he was losing his audience, which is what's happening at Turning Point now. Turning Point is fucking toast, which you guys know. I've already covered it in this video. I've covered it in so many videos. But so he didn't do it because he had some kind of moment of conscience, right? That these children, that all these Palestinian babies and Gaza Strip babies were being murdered by, and just the whole thing. I mean, it's like it's a horror show. And he was going into these college campuses and arguing with these college students who were, ill prepared to, and then having the powers that be, the the people who are donating big monies, these people who are pro-Israeli Zionist pieces of shit that were withholding their donations to these universities, and President Trump repealing monies that was going to these universities, and these kids were all, they stopped protesting because they were shitting bricks. They effectively squished the freedom of speech, the freedom that Charlie Kirk and Trump bragged about wanting to promote. These were real pieces of shit, lying pieces of shit, right? And she just sucks so bad at this.
Up to such a high standard because he wanted the people that were around him to be better also. And he wasn't going to be a leader that told people what to do and not do it.
He worked so hard.
He did.
He was a hard worker.
He was the hardest working person in my business I've ever seen. Was hard for you guys to balance that work and the family?
So when we first started dating and when we were first married, we would travel everywhere together. We were on the road 350 some days out of the year. And
yeah, that's my smiles. I'm just so happy. I got to cry in a little bit, though. I got to balance my smiles with crying. She smiles a lot. When Charlie was alive, that's all she ever did. And she flirts and she smiles and she has, this is the way she is. But she's also got a hard side. You see her get hard. Like it's a hardness. I'll point it out if I remember. But when she starts smiling, there's this hardness there, right? Like this.
once we had our first child, it was an adjustment period because I wanted to be home with our little one. But
our first child, our little one, do these kids even have fucking names? Does she not share those names?
He was so good about always wanting to come home. Always wanted to come home.
Always did. He always did.
Wanted
like
to,
he didn't want to just go sleep with male prostitutes like people think he did. Not every night. He wanted to come home. He didn't want to stay away from me. As crazy as I am, he wanted to come home. I know. I swear he did.
sure that he wanted to come home. Again, that's why I never said, "What are you doing? Why are you gone? Why are you traveling so much?" I never had those questions because I knew his heart and I knew what he was doing was so important.
It's so important.
And he always included me in it. And there were times where I would go to his events and there were times where I wouldn't, but it was a family-oriented mission. So I never once was threatened by that because I was a part of it.
I wasn't threatened by it. I didn't order his death. I didn't order somebody to kill him. I didn't do it. Wait, Jesse, why are you accusing me of that?
He wrote you letters. Charlie wrote you letters.
I know.
I know he did. I know he did. I know. That's so weird that she says I know. Like, why are you saying you know? Of course you fucking know.
And I knew what he was doing was so important. And he always included me in it. And there were times where I would go to his events and there were times where I wouldn't, but it was a family-oriented mission. So I never once was threatened by that because I was a part of it.
I went back too far here.
He wrote you letters. Charlie wrote you letters.
I know.
Every week?
I know.
Every Saturday. So he would turn his phone off to honor the Sabbath.
Why the fuck would he honor the Sabbath? You know, I talked about this. Well, I destroyed it in this fucking thing. At the end, I have a voiceover just destroying these motherfuckers who are challenging me on my interpretation of the Old Testament. I get into the fucking burnt sacrifices, right? Burnt offerings. I mean, it's just, you've been indoctrinated. You've been sold the big bag of shit, right?
He would come in, open the junk drawer. Everyone has a junk drawer. Open the junk drawer. Say Shabbat Shalom. Put it in.
Do homeless people have a junk drawer? Is it like their Shalom? Did you say Shalom? Holy fuck! Did you just say Shalom?
Wrote you letters.
For 24, 48 hours.
Oh, she's a kid. So,
husband, wife, it changes you.
Yeah.
For 24, 48 hours.
Jesus Christ. I'm having trouble with that.
Junk drawer. Everyone has a junk drawer. Open the junk drawer. Said Shabbat Shalom. Put it in there. Turn the phone off. Slam the door. And he felt so free because he was unreachable.
He was so free. Put his Shabbat Shalom. Put that phone in the drawer. Take your fucking shekels.
For 24, 48 hours.
Did you see Charlie change in the 7 years that you knew him?
Yeah.
How did he change?
he was a real prick.
Father.
Father.
And you know this.
You know this, Jesse.
When you become a parent, it changes you.
It changes
When
you.
you become a husband or a wife, it changes you. I mean, being on the altar and making a covenant with the Lord and saying, this is my person, it changes you.
It changes you.
You become one. Everything becomes one. Nothing is separated. And
everything that they do is like totally staged, and they know they're being filmed. It's so fucking like performative. Like she's not a real person. Like this is not a real thing. Whatever the fuck's going on here, I don't know if the guy's still alive. I don't know what's going on, but in terms of their relationship, it's not a real relationship. This is just she's a really bad soap opera actress trying to pull something off. And a lot of these dumb fucks, they watch WWE and they watch soap operas and they watch remedial fucking shows like Reba and some of these other dumb fuck shows. And they're all from dumb fuckistan, and they lap this shit up because, everyone's faking shit in their life. Everybody's dead inside these NPCs, and they don't know how to react to things, so they just pretend and fake and put on fake smiles and fake tears and pretend they care, and they're dead inside like they're just, so this is not normal to them. They can't see how fake this girl is because they're dead, they don't have the capacity. And this is how fucked we are right now. Like, this should be like, oh my God, this is just not real. Like, this should be rejected by everybody.
it was just powerful because I got to see him grow, not just in wisdom. He read a lot of books. Wisdom, but he grew in patience.
In patience, he did.
And you can see that on campus too. You see the evolution of him going from holding the mic all the time to then putting it down, taking a sip of his tea, throwing in a throat coat, and just listening. You could see how he evolved into this incredible man who he mastered himself.
He mastered himself. He was not a master. He was a slave to he was shackled. And towards the end of his life, he realized he was a fucking slave, just like Candace Owens said in my last video, when she realized she was a slave to these guys. When she criticized them and they were like, you're a piece of shit, and they attacked her and tried to destroy her. And she knew, like, this was never any, like, no matter what they had said to her, they didn't think of her as a human. They thought of her as a slave. And the other guy, Norm Finkelstein, said, yeah, that's how it is. And so he was a slave to these Israeli Zionist piece of shits, right? And he wasn't a slave to God. He wasn't a slave to America. He was a slave to this foreign country that bought and paid for him, gave him $100 million, and now he's dead. So
He became more tranquil
Yeah.
as he grew older.
He did, and that was a huge testament to his faith because he realized more and more this is not about Charlie Kirk.
Is there one thing that you know about Charlie that no one else knows that you want to
he has 3 nipples. He had 3 nipples.
share?
Okay, so he would name all of my daughters and my son's stuffed animals, every single one of them. His favorite animal was the...
Wait, he would name them? Kids naming their own stuffed animals is kind of important. The kids come up, like my daughter Anna, she named this duck. It was like a furry duckling, a really cute little duck. She named it Bo Ducky, and like that was her favorite thing. It was like the best name. There's other names that my kids had for their toys and stuffed animals, and so that's something they do, and that's something they're supposed to do. You don't name your kids fucking shit, right? He named his kids stuffed animals. Fuck, right?
Platypus. It's so random, but it's so funny because it was such a utility animal, and it's not even an animal you would think of. And I remember when I went to the San Diego Zoo with my daughter.
Your child, your daughter, my child, my daughter.
And we found the platypus shirt there, and I had her put it on, and Charlie was like, how did you find that shirt? And I was like, we just so happened to go to the zoo, and they had a platypus. He was blown away.
I'm glad we didn't embarrass him too much there.
Oh, yeah. I better cry soon. I'm laughing too much.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll go good. I'll dab my fucking eye.
These clips go viral afterwards about him being a father.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at some of those.
Okay.
Let's look at these clips.
It's so That was a great.
Oh, that's so funny. Oh my God, this clips. Oh my God, there he is. Oh.
So we're here at Bill's Burgers in New York City.
Look at the camera a few more times.
Right near this very table was the first time Dad met.
This got commented by so many people how fucking weird it is, right?
Mom, and it started as a job, and I was asking all these questions, philosophy, religion, Jesus.
So fun.
So fun.
He was
so
fun.
great. Fucking
What kind
so
of
fun and great.
relationship did he have with each child?
When you ask that, I can't get this
Well, since they were actors, like it wasn't like real, like
image out of my head of, this feeling too, where you see your husband come home, or
Yeah,
as
you
the
know how
father
you
come
feel when your
home,
husband
and
comes
the
home,
kids
Jesse.
just run to you.
Jesse, you know how you feel when your husband comes home, right? Yeah, like that thing.
His relationship with them was so precious because they're so little. So it's not like you're teaching them these amazing things, but somehow he still found a way to incorporate it in little ways. But his relationship with them was so pure and precious because you see him
It's so pure and precious.
being on stage. And
It's just like this beauty queen answers, right? These fucking soap opera answers, just made up shit. Like, he was a prick. He was weird with his kids, like we just saw. That was a weird interaction. And their relationship, I mean, to me, there's zero evidence that this was a real marriage. There's nothing I've seen so far that would make me think that this was a real marriage and she was in love with him and knew him, right?
thousands of people commanding the presence, telling them all about Western civilization, telling them all about what's going on in the world, telling them why they should care. And then you see him come home and just be a dad. Go play with them.
Yeah, that's what fucking every dad does. What are you talking about? Like, how many dads go out and work and then come home and play with their kids and do things with their kids? All of them, right? I mean, most of them. Like you're making it sound like you did something special. Like it's expected of you, right?
Pool. Love on them. Tickle them. Play with them. Like, even if it was just with his stuffed animals. Play
With
them.
his stuffed animals? Did he lend them to the kids? Did she just say with his stuffed animals? I think she did.
Go play with them in the pool. Love on them. Tickle them. Play with them. Like, even if it was just with his stuffed animals.
She said with his stuffed animals. Even with his stuffed animals, and he sometimes lent it to the kids and let them play with, when he wasn't there.
Play with them.
What do you see of him in
the
them?
kids. It's funny because my son loves to throw balls and baseball bat and football.
He loves to throw baseball bats and balls and football. He loves all that shit. And Charlie was such a fucking amazing athlete. So that's it. Like, he's like they're twinsies. I know he's only like fucking a year old, but
And then
that's
and my
gaudy fucking jewelry, right?
sweet daughter, she's starting now to want to say little speeches. So we all are sitting there to listen. But you know what's so sweet is that my daughter's starting to want to put our son to bed at night in his crib. And so it's very meticulous of how it's done. So it's a little bit Charlie of like.
A little bit Charlie, like the speeches. I like to give speeches too, but mine aren't as good. And what she likes to do with me, she likes to dab the corner of her eyes with Kleenexes. And that's a lot like Charlie. I'm sorry, that's me.
Making sure that it's the right rhythm. And we put him in the crib, and then I say, okay, mommy's leaving. And she sits there, and I just watch her on this video of singing Jesus Loves Me to him.
And it's just amazing. They just love Jesus so much. They're going to heaven. They're such great kids. She's not going to end up with like a lot of tattoos and piercings and, and going out with biker dudes. She's not going to do that shit.
Song that Charlie would sing to her, never said, okay, now you need to sing that to your brother. So I feel like it's little moments like that where I'm like, that's you, Charlie. That's you.
Charlie, baby, you. It's Charlie, it's you, baby. Time for me to cry, Jesse. I got to cry now before I smile again. To make me smile, Jesse.
You're very protective of your children's privacy.
Yes.
As Charlie's profile grew, were you concerned?
We live in a day and age where the internet feels so entitled to everything.
The internet feels so entitled to everything? Is that what you're saying? You know, I mean, there's something here. I saw this already.
Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? You know, explain this, explain that. And we live in a world where children don't even have a childhood anymore.
They just don't. They don't have a childhood.
You know, why are you posting a photo of your kids so that you can get $50 off a stroller? Like, that does not make sense to me.
It doesn't make sense to me. Like, you know, like why would a person go and like right after their husband dies and post a video on Instagram and show everybody that what's your grieving process, and you're whispering to your dead fucking corpse of a husband laying in the fucking casket with your big gaudy rings, and then crying all over Usha Vance. Why would somebody do that? Why would somebody go and do all that stuff? I mean, your husband's not even fucking dead. He's not even cold yet. And you're already fucking making social media content.
If you can't afford a stroller, buy one you can afford. Like, that makes sense to me. But to use your child or a photo of you standing in the bathroom embracing them specifically, and you have 500 copies of that same pose so you can get it right for social media.
Oh my God, are you seriously talking about posing? I mean, you were a fucking a Miss Pageant girl, and all you ever do is pose. And you and Charlie were putting up all these fucking fake videos. You had somebody walking around following you when the day he's dead. I mean, you've done all this fucking social media. Look, her Instagram is one of the worst ones. And now she's like going for that martyr money and all that shit, right?
Is bizarre to me. And it was to Charlie too. And our babies are not for anyone else's viewing other than ours and our family.
They're just for us. They're our viewers. Only we get to view them.
Why would I want AI images of my children out there? Why would I want... And yeah, we get kidnapping threats. We always have. We get death threats. We always have. You're just smart about it.
You're smart about it. You're just smart. You outsmart those kidnappers. I outsmarted 2 kidnappers today. They tried to kidnap my kids. I was like, fuck you. I've outsmarted you guys. They're like Wile E. Coyote, and I'm like the fucking Roadrunner. Fuck those guys. They got Acme shit. I got stuff made in Israel. Fuck those guys. I got stuff made in America that was sent to Israel and then sent back to us. Right?
Protect what you love. Protect who you love.
I want to show you a video of Charlie talking about TPUSA.
Okay.
Well, you're about to
TPUS gay.
embark on something that is much bigger than yourself. This is about us. This is about the country.
Just dab your eyes. You gotta dab your
The
eyes.
eyes of the whole nation are again on turning point. We're building something bigger than you, bigger than me. We're building an experience to help save the country. And if this type of intensity bothers you, well, then don't go work for Turning Point USA. You can go work for the Department of Labor or something, okay? Because here we do excellent things. We do big things. We make history here at Turning Point USA.
We make history. We're making it. We're fucking doing it. Right now, we just made history. There's going to be a time where I get assassinated. It's going to be like historic for like about a year, and then everyone's going to forget about it.
It's going to be early mornings, it's going to be late nights, but you all get to know that you're doing something rewarding. That is not just, a career and you check the box, but lives will be changed. I mean, how blessed are we that we get to be here?
Shekels will be taken. Shekels will be given, and shekels will be taken.
Celebrating the country, and this is our job. It's pretty awesome. There's the one thing that I hear from speakers throughout all the years. Your team is so impressive, and they're so young. Why is it, everybody? Because for us, we hold ourselves to a higher standard. This is not just another DC gig. This is about saving Western civilization.
He's giving her he's giving her an iPad. This is fucking wonderful. Oh, boom. It's so much. I can't take it. Give me a moment here.
It's the longest video I've watched of him. Just give me a second.
Give me a second. I just need a second. Woo! Woo!
Take your time.
Woo! Woo! Oh, just gotta give me a break.
Charlie was on a mission to save Western civilization. Did you know that's what you signed up for?
Well, no, I didn't sign up for anything. I just married the love of my life.
Jesus Christ. And then I handled this fucking guy, Charlie.
That's what he was doing.
Tell me about the day before the shooting.
He was at the office, and we were going to meet for dinner beforehand with a dear friend of ours who
dear friend.
I wanted to just be with us and
Have a
pray
three-way
with us
with.
before the event. It's no hidden secret that stuff on campus is heating up.
Just guys, what you got, like fucking clown feet here? The stuff on campus is heating up.
You see people on campus coming on with guns prior to the event that happened with Charlie, the assassination with Charlie.
Why is it assassination? She's going to triple down on the official story. How is it assassination? Okay, continuing from where I left off yesterday.
And so I know that, you know, you and I even talked about how I used to say, you know, Charlie, have you ever thought about wearing a vest? He would nod to that and be like, you know, I've looked into it. But he'd always say, if they're going to get me, they're going to get me. He wasn't afraid.
Okay, so who is they? Right, is they as some 21-year-olds, confused, skinny, non-military trained gay dude who's write love letters to his transgender boyfriend? Is that they? Is they them? Who's they?
Wouldn't have mattered anyways if you wore a vest.
Erica's mom was dealing with a medical issue, so she stayed in Phoenix to care for her. She planned to join Charlie at the next scheduled Turning Point event at Colorado State
Okay, so
just
this
a few
is
days later.
This was totally posing, right? They love to pose in these things.
He was like, home needs you. Home needs you. Be home. Come with me on Thursday to the next event we have. And so for him, that night, he was so excited. I mean, he just was like, I can't wait. It's going to be the best. And he got up around 2:45, 3-ish to go into the kitchen to grab a snack. And our daughter had woke up around that same time. We live in a small space, so you can kind of hear when everyone's kind of shuffling around.
$6 million home. Was it 6 million? 5 million?
And so she came to our room, and she stayed in our bed. And he always loved when Gigi slept in our bed because she's, you know, little ones, they like curl up inside of you and like they're just nuzzled in. But she...
You know, little ones, you know how little ones do that? Hey, little one. You know, like, just weird shit. Like, you know, like, almost like she's an alien and doesn't even know how to be a human. You know, she's like some AI bot. Like, she's not, I mean, just all these cliches and bumper sticker talk and, you know.
You also know that it can be very acrobatic when a 3-year-old is in your bed and somehow their feet end up on your face.
Yeah, he knows about that. That sick fuck.
So I said, I want you to have a good night's sleep. Go ahead and sleep in her room. And I'll turn the air down so it's nice and cozy in there. And I just want you to get a good night's sleep so you can be amazing tomorrow.
It should be amazing. You can stop that miracle bullet. You got to rest up to stop that miracle bullet from going through your neck. It's the thing that would go through 3 mooses.
And so Gigi and I stayed in our room. And that morning he woke up super early and he came into our bedroom, into the bathroom, because that's where his...
Today's Thursday, whatever, the 6th of November. I couldn't do the rest of this last night. I just got too tired, and it's so, you know. I mean, she's so fake and annoying. It's just so greasy. So insincere, so performative. It's just the worst.
Wedding ring was in his necklace. And he came in and he grabbed that. And then he left. I didn't even get to give him a kiss goodbye.
No way. Fucking no way you didn't give him a kiss goodbye. Back from commercial break here.
Look at that.
He's coming into Utah.
He lived for those moments when he just walked down and was thrown.
Mikey McCoy. Mikey McCoy, he's at the center of a bunch of this shit, right? Mikey McCoy, Chief of Staff. Get them all in there.
Hats and students. He loved Gen Z and young people.
He loved Gen Z. He was a Gen Z, or he just loved Gen Z. Fucking that guy loved Gen Z.
There's just this sea of endless crowds of people. You couldn't even see the end. He was throwing out hats, and then it's just, still processing it.
Still processing it. You know, I was on the phone. So that's the guy that Candace Owens caught, or people caught, being on the phone like immediately after the shot.
Sadly, we just started getting word just a couple of moments ago that Charlie Kirk has been shot.
How did you find out Charlie had been shot?
Was at my mom's doctor's appointment. I have my phone and I see the video come in of him flinging out the hats. And I said, Mom, look, it started. So we saw the hats being
My mom is sick, remember? She had a health issue.
I put my phone down and it was on silent, so I had no reason to look back at it. I moved my mom, I went back to grab my phone, and that's when Mikey started calling me. He called me within seconds.
He called me within seconds. Okay, so that's a bullshit story, right? Like he was on the phone. So now she's trying to corroborate Mikey McCoy's story. So it shows, how does she know he called him in seconds? Like that's all the thing now? They have the time stamp logs that he didn't even have time to dial. Candace Owens put a timer on it. So Mikey McCoy turned and walked by on the stage, and in 0.8 of a second, he was already on the phone with Erica Kirk. His dad said he also called him immediately. Right? And so he's walking. So his first thing was, Charlie was shot. He immediately had his phone in his hand already and out, and he had it next to his ear, and he's talking about Erica Kirk.
I called Erica. I just remember it rang like 3 or 4 times. I didn't know what to say. Those are the words that will change someone's life forever, and you have to be the one to say it. That was the first time I've ever called her during a campus tour stop.
And so Mikey called me, and I'll never forget.
I'll never forget it. I'll never forget that moment when Mikey called me. Mikey, what's up, Mikey? Mikey.
Just being like, Charlie's been shot. He's been shot. Get the kids. Get security. Get the kids. Get the kids. He's been shot. I sprinted out of her treatment center. Just collapsed in the middle of the parking lot. Called our security. Yeah.
Well, that doesn't make sense. I mean,
unbelievable nightmare.
The communications director of Turning Point USA has asked our team to give a moment of silence and prayer. And so we are going to do that right now. We're going to pause and offer our prayer. We hope you join along.
yes, you see how Fox News covered this.
However, and to whomever you pray, I hope in this moment that you can pray for Charlie.
What do you mean, whoever you pray to? You mean Satan? Like, what are you fucking talking about?
There was a moment there where people thought Charlie would survive.
Mm-hmm. There were so many things going on at that one moment. It was so.
There's a thing called there's a commercial that years ago. It was a little dabble, do ya? Let me see if I can find that. Now this was before my time, but I had other commercials with this. It was called the Brill Cream. Boom. Oh.
Oops. Now there's a happy accident.
There's a happy accident.
An accident that could lead to opportunity. But then he had to take off his hat.
Oh, man.
And uh-oh.
No way. Get away, fucking messy hair, dude.
My lifeless hair can take the fun out of your life, but you can put it back with Brill Cream.
Brill Cream.
With Brill Cream, a little dab'll do you.
A little dab'll do ya. Just need a little dab, and that's what I think about every time I see Monica Kirk dabbing her eyes. A little dab'll do ya. A little dab'll do ya. I bet Brill Cream has a lot of toxic shit in it.
Know and hear what was going on, because you're getting phone calls in and out, and hindsight, the way the bullet hit him, he died instantaneously.
He was pronounced dead.
He died on the scene. But I'm so glad he didn't suffer.
I'm so glad glad he didn't suffer. The way I'm suffering through the fucking interview. She's so fucking fake, right? Like, it's just so bad. I mean, it's just so bad. You know, well, there's something I want to say. Let's go forward here.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, I gotta cry more.
I'm so glad he didn't suffer.
I'm so glad he didn't suffer. I gotta say it again. She repeats herself. You know, I talked about this when I first started covering her. You would be in a state of shock. Like, it would just be something that you would be, you know, not in a place where you could be performative. Like, just staring at the wall. You've seen what happens. I mean, people have gone through these, these deaths, something like this, where there's a shooting and the guy's young and all this stuff. And, this is everything she talks about how her relationship with her husband is, the way that, this manufactured thing that they have. You would be in a state of shock, right? Like, you would be like, couldn't function. It's taking time to process. There's the 5 stages of grief, right? You're like in denial, all these kind of things. And you wouldn't want to go out and give a speech or start making social media content and acting and faking. You would just be like, lost. I mean, there would be some kind of devastating couple of days at least, but she was out giving speeches and doing all this stuff and these weird stories, and it's all like she's reading from a script and just like made up, like, just bullshit stuff. And it's carried on throughout this process. Like, it's, where you're 2 months in. Like, she didn't have that initial reaction of just being in a state of shock and disbelief, where you can't even get out of bed, like, depressed. And, when you say depressed, you're just, it's like you're not even in your body. Something like that. Like, with somebody directly with you, your husband, your wife, your child. Like, it's just, you've seen it. Like, you guys have seen it in your life or experienced it yourself. It's different when somebody's like old and you have some like months to prepare for them dying. But even then, it's a shock, right? And then you just wake up crying or whatever, or just, you can't, like, it's like life is like, it's like surreal, right? And she never had that. And so just this weird acting shit that she does, she's really bad at it.
No one deserves to suffer.
Except for Jesus.
Of all people. So he literally blinked and probably thought he was raptured and looked around and was like, where's everybody else? He blinked and he was with the Lord.
And you wanted to see Charlie.
He blinked and he was with the Lord.
Immediately. And came up. Take us through that.
We landed in Utah, went straight to the hospital. When you walked in, everyone was just, it was a scene from just a horror movie. Everyone is so rattled to the core. Officers, law enforcement, hospital workers, our team, everyone is just shaken.
Shaken, not stirred.
And we...
Except for me, I was like, all right, I got, when is it? When can I post an Instagram video?
The room. One of the law enforcement guys comes in. It's very sweet, but what do you say to someone whose husband just was assassinated so publicly? He said, I've been doing this for 30-some years. He said, I will never tell you that you cannot see your husband. He said, but I, in my professional opinion, think that you should wait to see him once he's at the mortuary. Because I don't think you want to see him like this. And the room got quiet because half the room knew it's probably a good idea. And the other half of the room was like, there is no way she's listening to you right now. And I responded back to him and I said, with all due respect, sir.
Because I always listen to the authorities. With all due respect, sir.
I said, I want to see what they did to my husband.
Who's they? Okay, so she's going to get into how she believes in the official story. So what do you mean they? It's either this guy and the devil, right? Is it all the liberals? Like, if there's a conspiracy thing, or is it the Jews? Like, is it Israel, right? Is it Zionist? I mean, who's they, right? Who the fuck are you talking about? She's going to, say that they got the guy. She's already forgiven the kid. What are you talking about? Is it they, them? Like, what do you mean they? Who the fuck is they, right? Like, she wants to play both sides where it's this individual disgruntled college kid or disgruntled young man. I forgive that young man. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what is it? I forgive him. Like, that was so fucking weird. Like, everything she does is so fucking weird. Right?
And I want to give him a kiss because I didn't get to give him a kiss this morning.
Okay, so when I was 10 years old, or maybe 11, I thought it was younger, but whatever, I don't remember it. I went to see my grandfather. My grandfather, I've talked about this, he played professional football for $10 a game. He volunteered to go to World War I when he was 15, lied about his age, then fought in World War II, on the front line, like killing guys, like, whatever it was. He was like a soldier. He then played professional football for $10 a game in Chicago. Eventually was a fireman and retired to Florida with my grandmother. And, was one of the first people to live in Florida, right? Boca Raton when there's nobody there. And he used to build fishing poles and take us deep sea fishing, with on a boat. And probably my favorite relative. And just an old school tough guy. He used to go to the bathroom once a day. Just go in the bathroom in the morning and not go back in for the rest of the day. Like, it was a thing with my family. I didn't monitor his bathroom habits. But he would drive up from Florida to Connecticut, where we live. It was a long-ass drive. The Florida thing, my parents used to do it in 2 days when they were young. And we started doing it in 3 or 4 when by the time I was, older. But before I was born, they used to do it in like 2 days whenever they went down there. And my grandfather would drive straight fucking through and not even stop for my grandmother to go to the bathroom. She'd be like, bursting at the seams, right? He would just drive straight through 20 hours. Like, he's like 60, 70 years old, right? Just whatever. And he died of lung cancer from, like, toxic shit in war. He smoked a pipe, and he was a fireman when they didn't wear masks. So he, would have probably outlived any of my other relatives. Just he was like this real tough guy kind of guy. And when I saw his corpse, I'm like, that's not him. What are we even doing? We were at the wake, and I'm looking at his body, and it's just he's not alive. There's no, they put lipstick on him, and his lips were blue, and I'm like, this ain't my grandfather. He's gone. Like that's when I understood, like, as as a child that the body isn't, the soul leaves the body. And I've had that experience with, like, we just, our dog Farley, when Farley got hit by a car, whatever. Just recently, it's just a lifeless body. Your body isn't who you are. And, when you touch and, like, when she fawned all over the corpse, and again, she's already seen him, right? So she went in there, she kisses his dead body with blood all over it. She wanted to give him a kiss, because she didn't kiss him goodbye, which I don't know why you wouldn't, right? Because she said he came in and did all this stuff. Why wouldn't he kiss her goodbye, right? I mean, if my wife and I go somewhere, that we always do that, right? So, not as an idea that, something might happen. Like, you just say goodbye to people, your loved ones. That's all weird, but it fits with this fucking story. Oh, we didn't kiss goodbye because it's too, or whatever her fucking story is. So now she's got to kiss his fucking corpse. But then she comes in a day, two later when he goes back to Arizona, and she goes to his casket, and she does that weird fucking Instagram video, right? Like, this is, let's go to that. She's already posted She's already posted clips of this thing, and her crying and all this shit, right? And there she is with Trump. I mean, she really loves to Instagram. There's the letter she got from Charlie. There's that fucking thing. Where's this thing, the way you're touching the hair, the thing. That's her mom in the hospital. It must be her mom in the hospital. So I think this must be it. Did she get rid of the corpse thing? There's that. It was before that. She must have got rid of the corpse thing. The corpse video. There's that. Oh, here it is. So there she is. Like, she has someone with a camera stand behind her so she can put this on Instagram. And then there's this weird thing she does here.
I love you. I love you. I know. I love you. I love you. God bless you.
His fucking hands look weird. Look at this thing, and then the middle of freedom, and then doing.
Okay, so what we'll do is let's just get on the habits here.
You know, all this stuff they posted, like this is on September 12th, right? They posted this, but they took the video the days before. Like this was taken on September 11th. There she is. And she's not touching the back of his head there. I can't do it, Usha. Usha, help me, I can't do it, help me, Usha. Usha. There they are, right, all this stuff. I can't stop with the photographs. So all this stuff, right? Like, she was taking these fucking videos, and, you know, I mean, follow me around with the camera, because I gotta get this on Instagram. Like, so performative, so fucked, right? Like, it's so fucked up. You know, if somebody you love dies, and you have to fake and act and perform and document it all and make a big deal about grieving, you know, there's something wrong with you, like you're incapable of feeling. Like, you shouldn't have to fake grief. You know, there are these times, I mean, my dad was a real asshole, like just messed up, like narcissistic, self-involved, a sheeple, asleep, you know, like an NPC kind of person, just dead inside, like most of the time. You know, addicted to TV, you know, just whatever it was, food, just, you know, asleep, just punching the clock every day, giving up on life kind of person. You know, just didn't try for something better or whatever. Try to achieve something, become something, whatever. Just working his miserable job every day, complaining about it, and then coming home and being a miserable, you know, whatever he was. And, you know, I never saw my dad like emote or have a moment. My mom was on vacation. I fell off a zip line and hit my head on a rock, and I, you know, could have died. And I woke up in the hospital. My dad was there, and he was freaked out. Like the only time I saw him, where I'm like he was just, you know, like not whatever superficial persona, fake fucking thing he had going on. You know, it was the first time I saw it, like a deeper version of him, right? And things like that happen when people die, or, you know, there's these moments in life. It might be a marriage, it might be a child is born, and there's special days, and, you know, the person that you just are, going through your routine, doing your stuff, and then, you know, whatever you do, and like not going to deeper levels of feeling and whatever. Like, I get that from the Smirk meditation, because it's you know, you internalize your experience through meditation, things like this. But, you know, like when you haven't seen someone in a while and you miss them, or you have a near-death experience. And that's the other thing. You know, I talked about this. My wife and I were driving, you know, down like one of these country roads by our farm. And there was a road leading into our road that was on a hill. It was a curve followed by a hill. And some kids were joyriding, and they didn't see the stop sign. And I look over, and this car's coming straight for us. And we, you know, it was a river on the other side on the left side, and the car's coming from our right. And it would have like T-boned us and hit us if it was like if we were a second later. I mean, it was just one of those things. If my wife had, you know, been driving a little bit slower at one point in the trip. And I look over, the car just misses me, and I turn around, and there's a car behind us, and it passes right between both of us. And they're going like 40 miles an hour. Like it's, you know, whatever it is, 45 miles. They're flying down this road. It could be like even 50. And the car turns. It's a beat up old piece of shit car, you know, like some kids, like high school kid joyriding. But, you know, I was like, oh my God, we just almost died. At least I would have been dead. Like I wouldn't be here. There's just a second difference. And you have these moments in your life where, you know, that's kind of a state of shock. And then, you know, you're like, holy shit. And it affects you like the whole rest of the day or days, you know, if somebody dies, these other things like this. And your normal routine and the things that you do, you know, the food doesn't taste the same. You're not looking forward to things, like you're just, you know, like you're absorbing what's happened. And she didn't have that. Like she immediately said, this will be good on Instagram. And they were immediately like, she went into action, right? She went into action, and she's not at all like dealing with, you know, what the experience was. But now she's still grieving after all this time, right? She's still crying and doing this stuff.
And I said the same thing to the doctor. When the doctor came in, I said, I want to see my husband. He said, I'll make sure that happens.
I'll make sure that happens.
And I got to see him.
Then I got to see him. I saw him. I said I was going to see him, and then I saw him. This is a fucked up part here.
And when we walked into that room, he still looks so alive. I mean, because he just, and I'm just so glad I saw him, because you know this, when you see someone pass at the mortuary, they never look the same when they're at the mortuary. They have this awful makeup, and they're cold. And
yeah, and when you found all over them, because there's no soul. Like if you're a spiritual person, you realize, and if you're not, you can realize the soul is gone. You realize there's something that was animating the person. Like it's not your blood pumping through your veins or your heart beating or your, you know, there's a consciousness there. There's an essence. There's something that's breathing life into your body, and you see that. Like you should be able to see it. Like I saw as a little kid. And so, you know, her acting like that and being all over him was all performative. She's saying that he's all cold, he's there, he's gone. They got fucking makeup on, they've embalmed his body. There's just nothing there, right? Like it's kind of gross. It's like, you know, you should see the corpse just so it helps you say, yeah, that person's dead. Like it's, you know, otherwise you can be like doubtful, like you're still waiting to see him or whatever, because you know, the grief. But it's good to see the corpse, but you know, you don't have to, right? Their essence leaves their body.
he was still warm, and his eyes were slightly open. But you know what was so powerful, Jesse?
What's so powerful?
He had this smirk on his face. It was so sweet. He had this smirk on his face where it meant three things to me. First, that he died doing what he loved. The second was that he was at peace. And I gave him a kiss. Gave him a kiss. And then before I left the room, which was one of the hardest moments of my life, was leaving him in that room.
It was so hard. It was just leaving his dead body there. I don't want to leave him. I just want to take him home and weaken and burn him.
I looked at him and I thought to myself, that smirk to me is that look of, you thought you could stop what I've built. You thought that you could end this vision, this movement, this revival. You thought you could do that by murdering me. You got my body. You didn't get my soul.
So they put this clip out, as part of the advertising for this. It's so fucked up. It's so fake. You're going to see at the beginning of this video. I said, which I'll talk about, and I'll say it again here. I was going to make this video. It's all about Erica, right? Everything's about Erica. Because I talked about that in the first half of this video before the interview. But now the title is Charlie Kirk died with a smirk. And Erica thinks that we're all a bunch of jerks. Right? Because, he didn't have a smirk. Like, you can see the expression on his face in the video clip out there of him getting shot. You go into a state of shock. There's no expression. He didn't have some moment of realization. Like, it's just, there's immediate pain. She said he died instantly. Immediately he died just from the bullet wound. As soon as he was shot, he was dead. And after you die and all the blood drains out, you see these like she said, it's a lifeless corpse. I mean, there's, he bled out. Like, there's blood gushing from his neck. So, what you saw there was no smirk. And just, and a smirk isn't a higher thing, right? And, and so there's nothing there. But even if it was, you think that's what he thought all at once when he was shot? You got my body, this whole thing, right? I mean, that's what his last thought was. You guys thought you could stop me? You guys, right? Whatever his thought was. According to Candace Owens, he said to a bunch of people around him they thought he was going to be killed by Israel. I mean, she's hinted at that, right? And so this is it's just fucking performative bullshit, scripted bullshit, right? Like, she's, she makes these moments dramatic. You don't have to make it dramatic. Your husband got shot in the fucking neck. And, and that's like you don't have to fucking embellish. You don't have to put on this fucking veneer of bullshit, right? And it's so fucking weird. She's just so fucking weird.
Do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
By that time, the video was everywhere. How do you process that?
I never saw the video. I never will see it. I never want to see it. There's certain things you see in your life that you can never unsee.
You like his dead body when you walked in there like that? What?
There's certain things you see in your life that mark your soul forever. I don't want my husband's public assassination to be something I ever...
Okay, she's going to double down and say things here that don't make sense, right?
See.
She's going to double down on the official story coming up here.
I don't want my kids to ever see that. And for people who actually enjoy watching that, which is quite literally sick, what if that was your father? Or your brother or your sister? There's a perspective shift there. We're human. Life is fragile. And there is so much beauty in this world. Why would you waste any portion of your life looking at something so evil?
So evil. Why would you do that? Why would you watch it over and over again and celebrate? Why? Like fucking so fuck.
Charlie was answering a question about trans violence when he was murdered. Do you think that was a coincidence?
I don't believe in coincidences.
I don't believe in them. I never thought of anything being a coincidence.
Do you think they've caught your husband's killer?
So, something I'm so grateful for is that we have one of the most incredible teams for this case. I would never wish it upon anybody to have to go through what we are going through. To have seen the autopsy report, to have seen the different evidence portions that have been collected. I trust our team.
I trust our team. I trust it. I trust them.
There's other theories swirling around about Charlie's assassination.
Right.
How does that make you feel?
When everything happened, my phone died and became a black hole. I just didn't turn it on for weeks on end. I've intentionally insulated myself because I need to guard my heart, and I need to be there for my kids, and I need to be there for Turning Point. And what I've realized through all of this is that everyone grieves differently. Everyone is trying to figure out, and I don't blame them, how does this happen? How does somebody become so radicalized where they can justify this in their own head? We just lost one of the greatest voices of our generation. Why? How?
Why?
What's behind it? Like, everyone's trying to process this. And I respect that. But where my heart is just asking for some grace is for the ones who were there that day.
So Mikey McCoy and these other people that acted weird and did weird shit, and now, you know, their story doesn't add up, right? And this is like the whole thing of her. This is like a guilt trip thing that you'd hear some Zionist talking points.
They have to relive that every single day. He didn't die in a car accident. He didn't die from cancer. He was assassinated.
No, not if you say the official story. He was shot. Assassination is a planned event. It's not like this guy assassinated him. If you believe in this 21-year-old confused kid who's been radicalized, you know, some stupid way, that's not assassination. This guy isn't an assassin. He's a shooter, right? That's the official story.
And the difference between this and previous assassinations in this country is there was no social media. There was no AI. I can tell you how many fake images are out there of all of this. And
well, I thought you said you turned off your phone, but now you're seeing all these things. Like she's saying she's not tuning into any of this stuff, and she'll okay then really, if you're not going to watch it, then it's even better. Like then you know you're not being offended. Who gives a shit? If you're not tuning into it, I had to tend to my family. I didn't want to see it. I just turned it off. But I've seen all these AI social media. She goes back and forth. Like her story doesn't add up. She has all these flaws in her story. And, you know, if you believe in the official story, it's not assassination. It's just some like goofy kid, some confused, mentally ill kid that you've already forgiven.
again, my only request is that just please pray and consider and think about whatever you put online, because it's going to impact his kids in the future. I don't want my kids to go on the internet one day when they're older and see things that it's just, we're all trying to process this in their own way, and I appreciate.
She's trying to shut down all the theories, which, you know, people don't like her already. People, it's like they can't believe that she's not asking for, you know, a more transparent account of this thing, right? You just, you know, like just, I mean, it's like horrific, right? Like how bad she's being, how fake she's being. But this is Zionist talking points. You know, you're disrespecting the dead by asking questions about the official story. And, you know, I trust these officials. I trust all these people. Your government, you trust the government. That's part of the whole Charlie's thing, right? You trust these people around him, like all these people. And so, you know, I don't believe this is a real marriage. Like I can't conceive of her. This is, you know, like this is just, she's a bad actress. And she's not up for the task. They're trying to make her into something here. They started this off by talking about how Fox News is doing some special, they're giving awards, like, you know, Patriot Awards or something, she's going to get one. Like she's a first person. It's like a new thing Sean Hannity's doing or something. They're really trying to push this, but it's so fake, right?
Appreciate that. But just some grace would be nice.
Just some grace. What do you mean some grace, right? Like, Charlie was convincing kids that, and, they were being bullied on all these different levels, like I said earlier last night, was talking about this. These college kids, we know that they were bullied, and they stopped protesting. Like, this was part of the goal. That's what he's being paid. That's what he was getting his shekels for. It was Charlie Shekels. And, the genocide that happened, and it's happened in Gaza Strip, and, not just now, for years, for what they've been doing there. It's like, it's like a concentration camp, according to so many different people. Open air prison, right? Like, it's a horrible thing. And he was being paid by the people doing that to put out disinformation. And, he sensationalized his videos. Like, when Trump said, these things that Trump said about the immigrants were eating the dogs, and that turned out to be bullshit, like those things, all these kind of things. And so don't talk about grace like you guys had grace for any of these other things, like when Nancy Pelosi's husband got, hit by his gay lover. Like this is what people look in, they don't believe the official story anymore. And that's you, and like you're not making it any easier because you're just so fucking fake, right? And she's, contradicting herself. Like, you can't have it both ways. Well, I'm not watching social media, but you guys, but even though I'm not watching it, my kids might see it someday. And it's like, well, then they'll come back to you and go, why the fuck did you believe this official story? It's bullshit, right? I mean, if those kids are even yours and it's even real. Like, it seems like this is all staged in some way. I don't know if Charlie's still alive. I don't know any of it. Because it's just so fucking fake. None of it's believable. It's a bad fucking soap opera type B-movie type TV show, and she's a horrible actress, and she's not pulling it off for fucking people with any kind of a conscious awareness.
Do you feel safe?
I do. What are they going to threaten me with? Going to heaven sooner to be with my husband? And I don't say that to be reckless. I
don't say that to be reckless. All right, I want to stop here. There's something else that's coming up. Okay, so at the very end of this thing,
I can still talk to them.
Oh, let's go back a little bit.
Them all the time.
When people lose someone they love, oftentimes they say, I can still talk to them.
Yeah.
Do you still talk to Charlie?
I'll get home, it's late at night, I'll be getting ready for bed in the bathroom. I'll keep looking in the shower.
Wait, you get home and it's late at night? So I thought you were just trying to be there for your daughters. Family first. What do you mean it's late at night? Like, where are your kids? Who's taking care of your kids? You get home and it's late at night? Where were you? Like, do you not have kids? Like, there's when you have small kids, there's no going out, right? What are you going to Turning Point, working all day and coming home at 9 o'clock? If you're getting home late at night, who's putting your kids to bed, right? Like, it's a weird thing to say, There's a few other things. I'm going to come back. I'm going to cover this again tomorrow. I might repeat myself because this is the end of the thing. But I thought this was significant given all the other things that she said. Like, her story just doesn't add up, right?
I'll get home, it's late at night, I'll be getting ready for bed in the bathroom. I'll keep looking in the shower, trying to see. He would always write on the shower when he was in there. He would write numbers and things, and at the end, he would do his signature at the end.
That's fucking weird. You mean, in the steam that comes on the window?
Obviously, it's been so long since he's taken a shower at home, but I still look for it.
I still look for it. I go on there. I still look for it. I look for it. I look for it. It's so fucking fake, but it's weird, right? Like, he was asked, you talk to him. She doesn't answer these questions a lot. She kind of talked around that she believed in the official story, but she didn't say fully, although she's forgiven the guy. I guess she talked about forgiveness, which I'll cover tomorrow here. I just happened to see this because is this thing over yet? So I went to the end of it. I was taping it here on my computer and also on the TV. I didn't watch the whole thing because I knew I couldn't sit through this thing twice. But I watched little bits of it, right? And so it's a weird thing to say that she was. I come home late at night and I'm getting ready to go to bed, and I look in the shower and you don't see him there and he's not there, and I'm looking to see him right on the wall. What the fuck is he talking about, right?
I talk to him all the time. I'll say, baby, just give me your wisdom. Speak to me. People would say, if you can't sleep, take something to sleep. The Lord has let me sleep just fine. But I don't want to take anything. That's not how we operate. If I
I sleep just fine. I sleep like a baby. Like what? Oh, fuck.
take anything, it'll numb me from being able to hear from the Lord. And for Charlie,
But you're not hearing from. So just weird response, like the shower thing, like these little ditties that try to make you humanize this whole fucking thing. Just bizarre. Anyway, so I'm going to cover the rest of this thing tomorrow. I mean, it's just there's whatever's left of this interview. There's about 20 minutes or so, and I think I'm going to find my piece where she, where I covered her dating some gay dude on a reality TV show, and then just how she's attention seeking and she wants to be all this stuff. But it's just an absolute mess. So I have this voiceover. I talk about the Old Testament that's coming up now. And like I said, I'll cover the rest of this tomorrow. Okay, greetings, brothers and sisters. For those of you watching this Journey series, this will be the 230th, I believe, edition of the Journey series. Let me check that MNFer out right here. Yes, the 230th edition. This will be the introduction video, audio. This is also going to go in on the end of a video that I am making about Erica Kirk's interview, which has not taken place yet with Jesse Walters. But there are, okay, so a number of spiritual questions here. I got to look and find it. There's some fun. I think this is one. There's 4 of them here. They're all spiritual. No, that's about me saying. So let me see if this is the one. Okay, here it is. So this was a very long comment. It's not going to read it all. I don't think your negative characterization of God in the Old Testament is correct. It sounds like something the devil would say. You think I'm the devil? Like, I'm, based on my influence of the world, I wouldn't even be characterized as a good demon, right? Because I would have more power and influence over the world, and I wouldn't be sitting here in bed with my 2 dogs, dressed in the same clothes I sleep in. I'm too much of a slacker to be the devil, but, this is how they characterize you. I don't think your negative characterization of God in the Old Testament is correct. It sounds like something the devil would say. Either that or betrays an intellectual solopialism. I don't know what that is, that word. I could look it up real quick. That is pre-programmed through the same agenda that made various cities overrun into yoga, feminists, and simps. Solipsism, and fuck you for making me have to look up a word, and then say that I'm the devil, right? Like, if you're going to be that fucking remedial and dumb fuck that you're going to say that sounds like what the devil would say, and then say salopiism, which is just another word for selfish or being self-centered. So you could say self-centered liberalism. But the egoism that God represents in the Old Testament is unfucking deniable. And so, if you're going to be a truther, then you have to look at the Old Testament and see that God is petty. He strings some. Let's talk about this part first. So Moses is doing God's work and has done a lot of quality divine work for God. He's a good servant of God. And he doesn't ever let him find the promised land. It's like 140 years of walking the desert It's a big fuck you to Moses. You know, there was a time where people lived hundreds of years, even thousands of years. You know, this time there was giants, like the Nephilim, or whatever they call them in the Bible. Giants are real. Like, it's part of the Sashmark teaching. It's in the Whispers of a Brighter World. That there was, you know, you see giants. You see, like, Victor Wembanyama and Shaq and these other basketball players. There's a time I was, you know, a couple of times I had interactions with athletes. So I was in a bar in Atlanta, and my best friend from high school was working at Holiday Health, Bally's. You know, my sister had worked there, and it's a sales organization. And his coworkers were there with us, and there was a guy who was, you know, a very short guy, very stocky. And we look over, and there's Dan Marino surrounded by what looked like a few wide receivers and mostly offensive linemen. Huge fucking guys, right? And Dan Marino was really big. And my friend's coworker was like, I'm going to go get Dan Marino's, I'm going to go shake his hand, right? He's a big Miami Dolphin fan. And I'm like, he's an asshole. I look at his face, I'm like, he's just like seething with anger, just like a miserable fuck, right? Like, just with an attitude, and just, I'm like, this guy is just a piece of shit. And he's probably, it comes out even worse when he's drinking. And there's like these huge guys around him. And this guy who's really short goes up to Dan Marino, who's, you know, like 6'7". And I think Dan Marino was wearing cowboy boots. And the guy says, hey, you're Dan Marino, sticks out his hand, and Dan Marino doesn't even acknowledge him. Right? He's like, fucking just fuck you, right? And when he comes back, and he's like, I'm going to fucking fight him. I'm like, well, you're on your own, because we're going to get killed. You're not even going to get close to him. There's those fucking giant guys around him. And so there's this upper balcony area, and in the bar, and my friend and I went up, and we're looking over the balcony. And it's like a huge place. There's a few other people standing there. But it's probably like, 150 feet long. Like, it's big, right? And I feel somebody behind me. And I look up, and I think Dan Marino must have heard me say, don't do it, he's an asshole. Or something. I don't know what it was. And Dan Marino sneaks up behind us and is just like fucking staring at me like he wants to fight me. Or some shit. And I'm like, get away, Dan Marino. Like, he's really big. He's like a giant. Like, he's like fucking hovering over us. And we're like, what the fuck? Like, he walked up right behind us, like some weird fuck. And another time, my family and I were going to Atlanta. We were in Atlanta flying through. We're living in Massachusetts or something at the time. And wherever we were, maybe Virginia. And we're flying through Atlanta to go to the ashram. And we're on there's these trams, these trains, right? And I turn around, and this guy's fucking glaring at me. I'm there with 6 kids. I had 4 kids, and my ex had 2 kids. And we're there with 6 kids. And there's this big, giant guy glaring at me. I look over, I'm like, that's Chuck Person, the basketball player for the Indiana Pacers that was always getting into battles with Larry Bird. And the guy's fucking huge. He's like 6'10", 6'11". And I, played basketball. Another time, Manute Bol came to my college, and I played with the team. Like, I played, pickup games with the team. Like, I, was familiar with there. There's a guy that I had trouble getting my shot off over because he was like 6'7". He was a really big guy. And the guy, Manute Bol, is this giant 7'6" guy from Africa. And he was playing for this Division II team. And he comes in, and this guy who there's a big, tall guy with long arms. And he shoots a jump shot, and Manute Bol just plucks it out of the sky. And when he came out, everyone was like, holy shit. Like, we couldn't believe, people in the audience, you couldn't believe how tall this guy was. Like, he could dunk without jumping. And then the last story I have of this is, my treatment center that I work with, the first treatment center, someone had bought the kids a life-size cardboard cutout of Shaquille O'Neal. And I was downstairs, and, we had to clean up, and I forgot about the thing. I turned around, there's this fucking giant, like, Sasquatch behind me. It's just a shadow of Shaquille O'Neal's, and they're huge. Like, you can't really understand how big. Like, I'm 6'1", 6'2", right? So, and I played basketball against big guys, tall guys, and like, they're just, you get up around 6'7", 6'8", 6'9". There's some kind of genetics there. Now, like 7 foot, there's been 8 feet people. And there used to be even taller people. So there's all that shit, right? So people used to live a very long time. And so Moses was going around the desert, and God keeps on fucking punishing him for, mistakes here, and not just for him, but what the people are doing. And, they're doing idol worship, and they're reverting to worshiping Baal, and he just keeps on, fucking slamming these people and torturing them. And then he's ordering them to fucking destroy these people and those people. But it's the way he treats Moses. And I know because, as a slacker, I work for God. Whatever that means. Like you could see it. And I'm committed to working for God, in a way that religious people can't, because they don't have a connection internally. You have to become a spiritual person to work for God the way I do, where God communicates to you what God wants you to do. And I always do what he wants me to do. Maybe not on a daily, small basis, but overall I do that. And, since I've been doing that, not only do I feel congruent with my soul, but my life's a breeze. Not that I don't have problems and issues and things, sometimes things that are even worse. Like the worst things I've been through have been when I've worked for God, when I became a spiritual person. The toughest things that I've gone through have been in that time period. But I go through them so easily because I'm just, God's with me, and there's all these things. And I know for a fact, if you just commit a little bit to God, like the people, so everyone's like, and in this case, you're graded on a curve based in how shitty everyone else is. And so if you really just work for God a little bit, it's amazing how, like in the Smirk system, it says if you take one step towards God, God takes one step towards you, and God steps, God can walk across the whole universe. Of course, God doesn't have a physical body, but it's a metaphor, right? Like, the amount of a step that God can take compared to your steps, right? So if you just put out a little bit of effort, the effort that God puts out towards helping you and propping you up and, whatever it is amazing. So, and God is loving. So God doesn't punish people. That's a bullshit the Old Testament sucks. It's a bad book, and the book isn't about God. And the way he punishes people that are his servants and is constantly testing them and being jealous and, wanting Abraham to kill his only son Isaac and, all this bullshit that he does and murdering his only child Jesus. I mean, that's not fucking God. You don't have God. That's not God. They're not representing God in your book. It's a demon in the Old Testament, and it's, a little bit better in the New Testament, but it's not, it's very remedial. And it's, tough shit if you can't see it, right? It's not my problem. You finally have somebody that's telling you this. You've been lied to your whole fucking life, and you can't deal with it because you're fucking indoctrinated. And to call me the devil, right, and say all these things when the evidence is overwhelming. That's not how God treats people. God is love. Death is a part of life. But God doesn't torture people. God can't be jealous. God doesn't have the ability to be jealous, right? I mean, there's a jealous God, a jealous, envious, narcissistic, torturous, human sacrifice and animal sacrificing God in the Old Testament. That's not God. And so it's not even it's not an angel. It's not a higher developed soul. It's a demon. It's a fucking narcissistic, sociopathic person. And that's fucked your guy's whole religion and fucked your whole psychological makeup because it's, it's a warped way of understanding divinity. And so that's why there's so much violence in these three religions, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, because they're all tied together by this initial understanding of God, which is remedial, was something sold to people to get them to do certain things. Like, I've said this before. Spiritual people come down and they are, working to get people, trying to get people to behave and embrace their higher nature. And ultimately they have to appeal to their lower nature and threaten them and bribe them and come up with bullshit stories to try to scare them and bring in superstition and all that bullshit because people just don't fucking get it. And you really can't be a true seeker unless you see that. You can't be saying that you're exposing all the lies of your system. And the fundamental lie is how you think about divinity and how God thinks about you. Your version of God. and God thinks you're a piece of shit in the Old Testament, that you're just one thing, a sinner. I mean, that's all you can ever be. You can't ever get to heaven, you piece of shit. Get the fuck out of here. You're not coming up to heaven. You're just a piece of shit sinner. That's all you ever be. That's what's said. Catholicism and Christianity and Judaism. So you suck, and guess what? I'm angry and jealous, and I'm a piece of shit, right? And so God's a piece of shit, and you're a piece of shit, and then that's why the world is the way it is, because you have an unrealistic idea of who you are, because you are on some level a piece of shit, which is and we'll get into that because someone says something about that to me as well. You are a piece of shit because you have an ego and you're selfish, but you also have a soul and you're a potential saint. You have a potential to be a demon and you have a potential to be a saint. Everyone has that. Everybody wrestles with that, and most people tend a little bit towards being more of the demon, not full demon, but just demon adjacent. And they are scared. Like I say this all the time, people are more scared of being a saint than they are being a demon. People are more scared of the divinity within them than they are of the demon within them, and the potential angel and the potential saint and the potential demon. And that's just unfortunate, but that's how people are. And so it's just right there in your fucking face, right? Okay, so here's just 2 examples of this, right? God punishes Moses by not allowing him to enter the promised land. Okay, so if you think of what a piece of shit Benjamin Netanyahu is, and all the politicians and all the people there and all the IDFs that are murdering babies and fucking doing horrible shit to these Palestinian people, right? And just in general, all the other stuff that they've done. Corruption and just lying, spy, all this stuff. God punished Moses by not allowing him to enter the promised land because Moses struck a rock twice in anger instead of speaking to it as God commanded. This act was seen as disobedience and a failure to uphold God's holiness in front of the Israelites as the waters of Meribah and Kadesh. The command, God told Moses to speak to the rock to make water come out of come for the thirsty Israelites. The disobedience Moses frustrated with the rebellious people, struck the rock twice with his staff instead of speaking to it. The reason for the punishment, God declared that Moses and Aaron broke faith with him and did not uphold his holiness. They would not enter the promised land. Like, this is petty bullshit, right? You think that's, being frustrated with the people, which of course Moses would be, because every fucking saint gets frustrated with them. Every spiritual person, right? Like, you think Jesus wasn't frustrated with his disciples and these other people? Of course he was. They're all frustrated. If you work for God and you're working to ennoble humanity, you get frustrated. Like, it's dumb fuckland. The severity, the punishment was seen as severe, but some interpretations suggest it was to maintain humility and upholds God's glory. Like, why does God need glory? Well, why would God need glory? God is everything. God isn't great. God doesn't need glory. God is beyond description, because God is the basis of all life and all creation. It's the medium of all creation, God's love. It's beyond all of this. God's love is beyond anything. Any compliments, any words, anything like that. But that's not in your book, because you're not spiritual. You don't fucking have a connection with divinity. So you got a bunch of fucking bullshit stuff here, right? It's right there in front of your face. Punishing Moses, all these things. So God can't be jealous because God's within you. You are God. God is within everything, right? Everything's God's creation. So, and God doesn't have a mind or an ego. Another remedial way of viewing God is that God is somehow a king, because that's all these fucking dumbass people knew, right? In some ways these people were superior to what we are, in many ways, but they were very primitive and didn't have the ability for abstract thought. And there's always the dumb fucks you have to appeal to. And so, they wanted a warrior God, a king God, a jealous God. They needed that, to be convinced of something. But it's a stepping stone to something better. And the better has been available for a very long time for people who are able to aspire to rise up to it. Key verse states that God is a jealous God. In Exodus 20.5, in Exodus 34:14, colon, which often interpreted to mean that God is passionately protective of his relationship with his people, similar to a husband's jealousy for his wife's faithfulness, and not the sense of envy. You shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I am the Lord your God, and a jealous God. Again, that doesn't exist. Like, this is what I'm talking about. He's jealous? What the fuck is he jealous of, right? How could God possibly be fucking jealous, right? Just think about how stupid that is. For you shall worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous and is a jealous God. For the Lord your God is consuming fire, a jealous. These are different quotes. Exodus 20:5, Exodus 34:14, Deuteronomy 4:24, and James 4:5 states that God yearns jealously over the spirit that he has made to dwell in us. And so they try to explain it. This jealousy is often explained as a zeal or passion and desire for relational faithfulness and is distinct from the sinful envy that humans experience. No, it's not. Jealousy is fucking jealousy. They try to, warp this thing to make it sound better than it is. It's bad because that's not what God is. And God can't use force. There's natural things that exist in nature, like death and, hurricanes and earthquakes and things, but God does not force you to do anything. It should be clear to you that God doesn't force you to make choices. Moses was able to choose to hit the rock instead of obey God and speak to it, right? We all make choices. And there are natural consequences for those choices that not given by God. That when we go against God's will, we suffer because our soul is here to do, those things. And if we don't do we don't follow our soul's path, and we don't follow what God is suggesting that we do, the path that God has laid out in front of us, there's consequences. They're not punishments. It feels like a punishment, but it's something that is a natural consequence for doing the wrong thing. Like if you put your hand on a hot stove, you get burned, right? God isn't punishing you. You just did something stupid, or you're being reckless or careless, or just whatever it is, right? So God requiring animal sacrifices. Now he told Abraham to sacrifice his own son as a test, which is fucked up too. God giving tests in the Old Testament. Yes, in the Old Testament, God required animal sacrifices for Israelites as a way to atone for sins and draw near to him. These sacrifices served to temporarily cover sins, demonstrate the seriousness of sin, and foreshadow the future perfect sacrifice of Jesus. Again, that was a human sacrifice of his only son. Shedding the blood was considered necessary for forgiveness, according to the Leviticus in the book of Hebrews. Now, when I became a disciplinarian, I was an uncle. I have 3 older sisters and 1 older brother. And my brother had 3 kids, and my sisters had 2 each. And, I tried to spend time with them when I was in college, but I had a life. I was, working multiple jobs and, partying and, doing whatever. But I tried to, connect with my nephews and nieces, and I was a better uncle than I was a dad. Because I'm not a disciplined person. But through the Sajmark system and working in treatment centers, I had to learn to be a disciplined person. I had to learn discipline. And that is all self-discipline, right? And when you are learning to be a disciplinarian and you have to administer consequences, when kids need to have consequences for their behaviors, the consequences have to make sense. Like I took many seminars, many trainings, not seminars, but trainings in the various places I worked to make the consequences make sense, right? Now, when I grew up, I think I had to do it one time, and it didn't take, obviously. If you had a potty mouth, if you swore, you would put a bar of soap in your mouth, right? And the fucking dumb fuck way of thinking about this was, dirty words are coming out of your mouth, so we'll put a fucking toxic bar of chemical soap in there that's not food because it tastes bad. And you just sit there with a bar of soap in your mouth. I think my mom tried to do that to me once. Of course, it didn't take, obviously. But the idea is that you're going to clean out your mouth or whatever, and so that isn't an appropriate consequence, so there's things where like grounding or timeout, and there's these other things that, you can make sense of, but the consequences should usually be related to the thing that you do. Like there's natural consequences. Like I said, if you touch a stove, you get burned, right? So there are things in life where, the consequences have to make sense. And so, why would killing an animal relieve you of your sins? When you kill an animal, it doesn't feel good. I've had to do it on various occasions, and, predators that have entered the property or something have killed a chicken or some of these other things. And it doesn't feel good. I don't like it, right? Like I try to avoid doing it. And, if I hunt and do things later on, all those things, right? We're raising cattle, and you're connected to your animals. You feel something. In some ways, they're pets, and especially if they're little and you raise them. It's not a great thing. It's certainly, it forms impressions, and you shouldn't be done randomly like those dumb fuck, sociopathic Trump kids who kill animals just for trophies, like trophy hunters. There's the fake fucking bullshit hunters, right? That don't kill for food. But, death is a natural part of life. So that is whatever it is. But killing something else doesn't relieve you of your sins. What the fuck are you talking about? That's the dumbest fucking thing ever. Why would one thing, when you've done something that has formed an impression that's blocking your path to God, you have to suffer natural consequences for it. So what would be some of the natural consequences for being an alcoholic? Well, losing your family, losing your job, cirrhosis of the liver, any number of things that you can think of, right? Going to jail because you multiple DUIs, losing your license, like I say losing your license, or if you have an accident under the influence, going to prison, manslaughter, something like that, right? There'd be actual consequences that you would get from being an alcoholic, right? That would tell you, stop fucking drinking, asshole. A gambling addict, right? Losing your money, being broke, losing your family. All the other things that go with it, all the addictive things that go with gambling. There's also, it leads to drugs and these other things, other problems. There's just all these things. So there's natural consequences to your behavior. And those are things that punish you, right? So to cover their sins, sacrifices provided temporary for covering sins, as animals' life was given as a substitute for the sinner's life. The blood was seen as a representative of a life that was shed. What the fuck? What the fuck? So that's the dumbest shit ever. And so here are some verses. Let me pull it up here. The passage describes the first sacrifice offered by Cain and Abel when God showing favor to Abel's offering of his firstborn flock in Genesis. Well, this is not. This is a description of the verses. Okay, so here it is. I have some actual verses here. That's fuck. All right. Leviticus. Leviticus 16:5, and he shall take from the congregation of children of Israel 2 kids of the goats as a sin offering, and 1 ram as a burnt offering. So they're going to burn a fucking ram alive. Can you imagine you know how bad it smells? Like when you burn your hair, your finger, you smell burnt flesh. Imagine burning somebody and hearing their scream. You know how bad it would hurt? You know how fucking cruel that is? Fucking burning a fucking alive animal, right? Jesus. So Chronicles 2 Chronicles 30:16. They stood in their place according to their custom, according to the law of Moses, the man of God. The priests sprinkled the blood received from the hand of the Levites. There's also people sacrificed, where they're murdering people, which is through war, where God orders them to kill people, like the various, tribes that they go there. Isaiah 1:12-15. When you come to appear before me, who has required this from your hand to trample my courts? Bring no more futile sacrifices, Incense is an abomination to me. The new moons, the Sabbath, and the calling the assemblies. I cannot endure iniquity and the sacred meeting. Your new moons and your appointed feasts, my soul hates. His soul hates these things. God fucking hates these things. Again, who's channeling God, right? Who's speaking for God? Who is God speaking through? Like, who is the voice of God in the Old Testament or New Testament? You understand this? Like Jesus, okay. Jesus was a higher developed soul. At least he had gained some spirituality. So God's wisdom would flow through him. You know, that anybody can do that. You can be a conduit for God. But also, you might say stupid shit that comes from you, right? And people back then believed in animal sacrifices. That didn't come from fucking God. This has nothing to do with God, right? My soul hates. You are a trouble to me. I'm weary of bearing them. When you spread out your hands, I will hide my eyes from you. Even though you make many prayers, I will not hear. Your hands are full of blood. Then here, Ezekiel 44:11. Yet they shall be ministers in my sanctuary as gatekeepers of the houses and ministers of the house. They shall slay the burnt offerings and the sacrifices for the people, and they shall stand before them to minister them. You know, here's another one of burnt offerings. Sacrifice and offering, burnt offerings and offerings for sin you did not desire, nor had pleasure in them. You know, that there's a term, burnt offerings. And so, you know, it's pretty fucked up. And they try to explain it away, but their explanation is way worse than mine. And my explanation is there's a bunch of dumb fuck people who are bloodthirsty bullshit people that would think that killing an animal was somehow superstitious bullshit, you know, tribal stuff and, you know, I mean, things that had been passed around. You know, there's like those tribes, I've talked about that, where they have, there's a tribe in New Guinea. There's two tribes, and they're at war with each other because they have a difference in the idea of how semen becomes a part of a young man's body. And they think it needs to be injected in by an older man. One through oral sex and the other through anal sex. You can look that up, right? In this, you know, these New Guinea tribes. So they have, I talked about this, I read this thing before. Like there's weird superstitions that have come from primitive people that some fucking demon-like person came up with, or things got twisted, and animal sacrifice has been part of that. And they think, you know, it would appease demons, but not God, because God is in the animal, right? You get that? That God created the animal? And so if you're going to eat the animal, you know, there has to be, I mean, there's predatory aspects of life, that's okay. But burning an animal and for some stupid idea of some religious ritual and smearing the blood all over the fucking place, that's just weird shit that people used to do. And then they said, no, God told me to do this, right? So apparently it was unclear whether these things were burnt alive every time or whatever, but here's one. The animal sacrifice is a guilt offering must be slaughtered at the place where the burnt offerings are slaughtered. This is Leviticus 7:2-32. Place where the burnt offerings are slaughtered, and its blood must be splattered against all the sides of the altar. The priest will then offer all of its fat on the altar, including the fat of the broad tail, that fat around the internal organs. The two kidneys and the fat around near the loins and the long lobe of the liver, those are to be removed with the kidneys, and the priest will burn them on the altar as a special gift presented to the Lord. This is the guilt offering. Any male from a priest's family may eat the meat. It must be eaten in a sacred place, for it is the most holy. You don't want the females eating that shit, though. The same instructions apply to both the guilt offering and the sin offering. Both belong to the priests who use them to purify someone, making the person right with the Lord. So you understand that makes no fucking sense, right? In the case of a burnt offering, the priest may keep the hide of the sacrificed animal. Any grain offered, this doesn't sound like a sacrifice at all. And there's other grain offerings, whether made of dry flour, moist with olive oil, are to be shared equally among the priests and the descendants of Aaron. So, like, I guess you're just giving this fucking food to the priests, you know, and other people. And this says, in your present peace offering as an expression of thanksgiving, the usual animal must be sacrificed, must be accompanied by various kinds of bread made without yeast, thin cakes mixed with olive oil, wafers spread with oil, and cakes made of choice flour mixed with olive oil. You know, this makes no fucking sense at all. Do you get that? That makes no fucking sense. Like, if you didn't use olive oil, it wouldn't work, right? If you didn't make cakes, it wouldn't work. The peace of offering of thanksgiving must be accompanied by loaves of bread made with yeast. So some without yeast, and some. If you don't get these right, then it doesn't work. You know, this is not even like fucking witchcraft and shells and thing. One of each kind of bread must be presented as a gift to the Lord. It will then belong to the priest who splatters the blood of the peace offering against the altar. The meat of the peace offering of thanksgiving must be eaten on the same day it is offered. None of it may be saved for the next morning. Then it won't work. If you no leftovers. If you bring an offering to fulfill a vow or a voluntary offering, the meat must be eaten on the same day with the sacrifice is offered. But whatever is left over may be eaten on the second day. So there's a difference there. Any meat left over until the third day must be completely burned up because it's fucking bad and you'll get it's rancid. But, you know, you should eat it and fucking feel bad and get sick because that would actually be some kind of sacrifice. If any of the meat from the peace offering is eaten on the third day, the person who presented it will not be accepted by the Lord. You won't get into heaven if you eat it on the third day, you piece of shit. Okay, so there's enough there. But, I mean, you could go through the whole Bible. There's full of dumb shit in there, right? It's full of just stupid shit. So going back to this guy, without the Old Testament, there's no context for Jesus, and there's no comprehension of the predicament of the fallen and the sin and death and the devil, because none of those things you need. Like, you don't need any of that shit, right? You connect to the divinity within you, and God guides you through your life and your time period, whatever it is. And God shows you what you need to do, and you develop your heart as a instrument to connect to the divinity within you, and God helps you through your life and guiding you on your spiritual path. And there's obvious choices that everyone's going to have to make, and there's going to be pitfalls and things that you're going to suck, and there's going to be trials and tribulations and that kind of bullshit that you got to go through, which are all divine blessings. You know, it's just silly, right? This whole thing about sacrifice, the Smirk system, Master Charji, the third master of the system, said that one of the definitions of morality is the proper utilization of resources. And so you don't waste things. You know, wasting is, again, you don't sacrifice shit because it's wasteful, right? Anyways, without the Old Testament, no context, sin, death, and the devil, the outcome of the Bible and what it is shows the end goal is the best out of any of our other religion. No, it's the worst one. It's all three of those religions suck because of this. Because you're not worshiping God. You don't even worship God. You know, you have a relationship with God. You serve God. You know, worship is not a good word. You shouldn't worship somebody, but you can serve people. And you can serve God, and you can serve people through serving God. You know, you become God's slave. There's no worship, right? You know, you recognize that God is a higher being, you know, and it's very easy for me because I was a, incompetent person. And I know that, when God shows me what to do, I know what the outcome is going to be. And I know when I do what I want to do, I know what the outcome is going to be, right? And the outcome, the outcome of God, what God wants me to do is divine. And when I go away from that, I know that it's going to suck and I'm going to have to come back and do the right thing. And I have to make up ground. It's a waste of my time and energy. And so I submit to God's will, even though I have a problem with authority. I have been fully convinced that God knows more than me, and not even knows more because God doesn't have a mind. That God is perfect and I am flawed, right? That's, And so your ego is flawed, but your soul is not. Your divinity is not. And so when you when your ego submits to your soul, then you live a, blessed life without having all these things. It says here, the other religions clearly have the evil deities and God from the OT, is it? And God from the Oat is the best. Old Testament. You're a derelict. And so you're just a dumbass. Like, it's not has anything to do with me being derelict. You can't see what's right in front of your fucking face. You're indoctrinated. And you can't think for yourself. I don't care. It's not my problem, right? I'm just telling you what, I know to be the truth, and you can accept it or not. You can explore it. You can do your own research, but you've accepted something here that's obviously fucked. The God of the Old Testament would definitely find your mischaracterization of him sinful and unacceptable. But what about the God of the New Testament? Why are there two different gods, right? Why is it so different? Good thing for Jesus, but you'd have to repent. Otherwise, what Jesus forgives us is still just, which is sinful and unacceptable. But he makes you change too, which is merciful for, and then it goes on. The thing goes on for like fucking 12 paragraphs. So I couldn't, that's all I got. And I don't need to. But why is there a different God? Why does Jesus present a totally different God? Because Jesus went to India and he experienced yoga, a form of yoga, and he came back and taught it to these fucking dumbasses, and they excluded that from whatever's going on here, because that doesn't jive with their shit that they're doing. There's two different gods. There's the God of the New Testament and the God of the Old Testament. So why would there be two different gods? Why would you have two different gods in the same fucking religion, in the same fucking book, right? So this one here, praying is a form of meditation. Many people say praying works if you pray the right way. Many say praying doesn't work. They might not have the spirit for it. The patience of the will or faith, I would say that praying helps. It is a complex word. It is a complex world. No, praying is not the same as meditation. In Smirk system, praying is characterized as begging, and meditation is receiving. You receive God. In meditation, you're opening up to connect to God, and Jesus meditated, and he went onto the mountain for 40 days. Jesus, taught his people to meditate. They've excluded that from the Bible. But meditation is the only way to connect to God. Meditation is a natural state of your mental state and physical, spiritual state. Your mind goes to a certain, it's like a mental state, like alpha waves and beta waves. Your mind goes to a meditative state. Everybody meditates. They just don't call it that. But it's a state where you're like looking out the window, you're on a trip, and you go into like a dreamlike state. There's a meditative state, right? So praying is, depending on how you pray, there's the right way to pray is to pray to accept God's will. Pray for God's will to be done, and pray to have God be with you through your difficulties. Not that you want God to change anything. Whatever God wants to do, yes, God, do that, but please be with me and give me the strength to bear it. That would be the way to pray, right? But most times people pray is, God, this thing sucks. You're wrong. Why did you do this to me? Please take it away. You got it wrong, God. I don't deserve this. Please don't make me go through this. Or God, give me this, give me that, give me something else. God, I really want this. God, I really want that. This kind of thing. That's begging. But praying and meditation are not the same states of a spiritual state. When you get into a prayerful state, it's different than when you get into a meditative state. You don't have that, though, because you're not, again, it's not part of your religion. You don't know what you're talking about when it comes to faith. Are you drunk? Well, only if the last time I drank alcohol was like when I was 25, which is like what? Is that 36 years ago? So no, I'm not drunk. To answer your question. And there's one more thing here. Again with the swearing here. The grade school level pejorative, they are a piece of shit. They are a piece of shit is inarticulate, uninformative, and unimaginable. Considering you took the time earlier in the video to inform us of how great a public speaker you are. I didn't ever say I was a great public speaker because I'm not. I literally have never said that because this is not public speaking. And so I'm not sure what I said that the person's trying to warp that into me saying I was a great public speaker. But I'm good at what I do here because you guys know that I'm good at doing it. I'm so good at doing it that assholes like this watch my videos and get information from it, but then find some little bitchy thing to complain about. People who I offend still watch my stuff. People who, are personally offended and feel butthurt still watch what I do here. So I must be good at it, right? Like I must be good at it because I have an audience of people and I don't kiss their ass and I don't pander to them. I don't do any of those things. And I'm still able to maintain an audience and get, people who are, interested in my point of view, right? Considering you took the time earlier in the video to inform us of how great a public speaking you are, I recommend working on your vocabulary. Okay, buddy, you're a slab of feces. Okay, thank you, you slab of feces. I'll continue to work on my vocabulary. But the sentiment's the same, right? It comes from the whole, well, you guys have heard the story. I'm not going to say it here. The idea the guy goes to the guru and that thing's, bring me the worst thing in the world. But anyways, it's a common phrase. And, like trying to be superior, over something like that, this person trying to be superior to me in some way. Grammatically, right? I have dyslexia. Like, people are going to be grammatically superior to me. I have ability to express myself. And I, when I was like in third or second grade, I had a 12th grade reading level because I would go to the library and read about animals. And encyclopedias meant for adults. I was reading adult books when I was a kid. So I have, good comprehension and other things. Dyslexia is something that's great for recognizing patterns and other things. But, I had trouble writing, handwriting. My dad and my brother also, these things. There's other issues. And so, I'm not an academic person in terms of these grammatical issues, right? There's going to be things. You can see sometimes with the titles of my videos, right? So there's that. But like, Jesus Christ, something that would keep me making videos in terms of like things that I have to offer is the unique perspective of my life experience doing the Smirk system, which is, a light years ahead of any spiritual system that ever was given to human beings. And people can take that or not. People don't care about that, and that sucks, but it is that. And someday it'll be recognized as that, and people will do it automatically. They won't have a name for it. It'll just be, something that people have an internal connection to God, and they have this, they'll live it'll be easier than what we do now because everyone will be doing it and the conditions of the world will be such and the energy and the consciousness of humanity will change. That's if people evolve and rise up to it. I think that's already happened, so I would say that it's maybe guaranteed. I don't know. Like, not from my perspective, from my understanding. But, I have that going for me. And then the other things that I have specific to being dyslexic and introverted and some of these other things, right? Working as a counselor in my life and my travels, my experience, my work with abuse, my work with, things I went through with my ex and my family, all these things, right? What I've become as a person. And there are lots of people who could tell you how bad the Old Testament sucks. There's lots of intellectual people, liberal people, people who are atheists who can tell you everything that's wrong with the Old Testament. And you have a lot of dumbasses who are indoctrinated who'll come out and come up with these rationalizations because they don't want to admit that their religion sucks. It's based in a lot of ungodly things and all the things that I say here. But I have something different. Like I still, I have the idea of spirituality. Like, and this is not my stuff. This comes from the Smirk system, but this idea where Jesus was born in a religion, but then became spiritual. Who else have you heard that say that? Right? That isn't copying me or copying the Smirk system. And so there are unique teachings in the Smirk system, unique understandings, and then there's my personal experiences with this. And so I can talk about the Old Testament and compare it to real spiritual life and how God really treats people who work for God. Of course you're going to make mistakes. You don't get these severe punishments out of a jealous fucking God. That doesn't, so, these are things, again, you haven't heard these things before. And they're really fucking valuable. Like, if you understand the idea of you being born a sinner and your religious indoctrination, even if you're an atheist, the kind of damage that did to you as a fucking person and is doing to the world, and the bloodshed and the violence and the superstition and the fucking animal sacrifices and the human sacrifices and all this bullshit that's in the Bible, and having a God that's a fucking prick, all that shit, you know what that does to people, like what's done to the world. And so, like, this is valuable shit. People don't appreciate it and they won't embrace it, but it's there, right? And, again, I mean, some of it is through my experience, but I wouldn't be able to do any of this if I haven't done the Sizemore system. So I'm not, it's not some egotistical thing that like I'm copywriting this and it's some brilliant thing coming from me. It's something that and at the very best, it's passing through me in a channel type experience where divinity flows through me and I'm being a conduit. So this isn't about me. Like, I've been made into a conduit, like through my spiritual practice in these things, which is something, that's like, there's accomplishments there that I don't think about. Like, I'm not patting myself on the back because I don't give a shit, right? Like, I don't think about because there's always more to go. In the spiritual life, it's not what you've accomplished, it's where you're going next. You don't look back on the spiritual plane of existence, your spiritual path, and say, look at how far I made it, because that'll fuck you, right? Oh, look at how far I am ahead of everyone else. Like you can't say shit like that, right? You got to keep on moving forward or you're fucked. So I don't think about that personally. I just keep on going. But there is very valuable information that comes through this channel, and those of you see it and appreciate it, you appreciate it. Like, and everyone else can go fuck themselves. Anyways, let me wrap this one up here.